All right. Got everything up.
Everything's up. 3 minutes of ads are running. One of the GDQ runs, actually, it's probably still going. Um, was Metroid Prime 1 and 2 Multi-World, because they were both GameCube games. I think they said they were playing it on Wii, but basically you have one person playing Prime 1, one person playing Prime 2, and each other's items could be in the other game.
Oh, wow. That's cool.
Very neat stuff. Trackmania is on later tonight. Those speedruns are always crazy. Also, Step Mania is on tonight too.
Oh, that's this. I love those panels, but of course, because I like rhythm games.
Yeah, what time of day was Into the Jungle? 1:30 a.m. How long is that? 21 minutes for all A sides? Yeah, that's believable. The A sides weren't too bad. Not like the hardest hitting lineup that I've seen.
I haven't watched GDQ in a very long time, so I can't really say.
I'm more likely to catch like replays of it rather than the actual.
Oh my gosh.
Seems that high fructose got everyone messed up.
Did it?
Yeah.
Clutched up at the end.
Nice. Yeah, that dude. Once he got to high fructose, you just stormed ahead. One guy, dude, green car. They got so stumped they just gave up.
Apparently. All right. Are the 3 minutes of ads over?
Yes, 3 minutes of ads are over. We got to see the whole type race.
Okay.
All right, yeah, we are back with doing the spring collab tier listing. Last time we left off at intermediate lobby claustrophobia, so we've got less than half of it left, I think, for
There's no way
intermediate.
we have less than half of it left.
Less than half of intermediate. I mean,
Oh, okay.
so let's switch over to the other scene. Switching not to that, to this. And we are on, what did I say? Heavenly. Oh, hold on. Wait. There we go. Music was still playing. I really enjoyed this one. the first use of the springs you have to dash into to activate.
Yeah.
Did we know we can land on those clouds? We would have had to have, I think.
Yeah. I remember this screen.
Mm-hmm. It was very nice music.
Dude, this screen took me so long.
Yeah, the having to like hold down. You had to like position it slightly higher because you were gonna have to do down inputs to actually dash off it.
Very short, but it was good.
It definitely took us a lot longer than that.
Visually, it's a bit basic, although I do like things in this. Was very good. It's a good challenge, and it revolves all around one mechanic. I'm gonna give it a I think I'll give it a high 7, but it could move up to a low 8. I'm kind of trying to remember from a couple days ago how we were rating things. So.
Yeah. How did Singularity get in a 3? I must have. I don't know where it was before. That's because of my mouse not letting me click and drag. There we go. I'm going to. I'm gonna put it, at a high 7. Right? Can I please, mouse? Please. Gonna put it over. Yeah, it's gonna be my highest 7. Very fun mechanic. Everything is visually clear, and the music is really relaxing, but in an energetic way.
Yeah, the sky levels do that very well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then
I don't really have much more to say with that other than like it takes the concept, it does it well. The screens are a good difficulty for what they are, and they all include the concept, so it's good.
Next up, we have water and ice, a core level. Oh, this one was the hopping on top of the water. This the one?
Awesome.
Is this the one with the ending?
The boost at the end? I think that's an advanced map, but I'm pretty sure.
Very cool use of the water.
Yeah, no, amazing. Like, it's something that we never got to really use in the original game.
Mm-hmm.
Also, the colors just make it look nicer.
Yeah. Yeah, really good use of color. I think it was a shorter level.
I remember this being longer.
I think it felt long because the screens were big, but maybe I'm misremembering.
I mean, that you could be right with that. There's a lot of backtracking in these screens, which is cool.
Mm-hmm. Good space usage. Dashes. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I remember this screen. Yeah, this is... Just doing the wave dash stuff with water is so cool.
Mm-hmm. Really neat. Just not a hard thing to do, but it makes you feel like you're playing well when you just like hop.
Jump off the water.
Yeah.
Yeah, here we go.
That's so cool, and that's
Such a cool mechanic.
like, for what it's worth, that's technically a base mechanic, right? Like
Yeah.
that would work in the base game if there was ever a
Dude, this
setup
part
for
was
it.
so cool.
We gotta watch that again. So satisfying.
I know. It's awesome. Amazing. Super fun to play.
Yeah.
Super. It didn't just use regular water too. It actually colored the water, which just made the aesthetic better. The level design is really cool with the switching between the water and the ice. Although the water sections or the fire sections are definitely the highlight.
Mm-hmm.
Good level design. Probably a bit easy. But I remember it did take us a little bit. So
Yeah, for being a red, I'd probably say it's a yellow. Personally.
I'd actually say it's a green. But I'm gonna put this, I think, above Overgrown City and below Claustrophobia, because I really enjoyed playing this.
So is that a 7 or 8 for you?
That's an 8.
Okay. Because I think I'm putting mine above Sizzling Citadel, just behind Heaven's Outer Space at the top of 8. Because it definitely... I don't think it's 9 worthy. It's fun, but I don't think that last screen is enough. I do kind of wish it was expanded more, but it's a really cool, almost like reward for beating the level as you get that.
Yeah, I agree.
And I think that's smart, but you can't introduce something like that and then expect me to, you know, one screen later not want more.
Yeah. Fair.
Not that that's a bad thing. I mean, I think it was a good way of doing it. Next up is Desecration.
Oh, this was actually a really... This was one of the more unique puzzle levels. And I remember there was a strawberry here that took us a long time to figure out.
Ooh, okay.
So it had the red... Yeah, it had the red beams where you could not dash while you were under them.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because that took us a bit to figure out that that's what those were.
Yeah.
The music is so upbeat. Like, I love it.
It feels like it fits the theme.
Mm-hmm.
Cyberpunky type. Yeah. This is just like, when you figure it out, it's a puzzle level that almost doesn't feel like a puzzle level. Mm-hmm. And it is probably one of the best examples in this entire mod that I think best combines execution with puzzle solving.
Yes. Yeah,
I remember
really
this screen taking us forever.
This was when we really fully learned what the red lasers did. Oh, that's right, and the keys were the batteries.
Yeah. Super cool stuff. Backtracking through this entire room again, but this time you have this pink crystal here. Maybe it was always there, I'm not sure.
Really cool design of
Yeah,
that.
awesome.
Yeah, really cool puzzles.
Also, just a cool ending there.
Yeah, like going out of the factory through the pipe. I didn't mean to go
Yeah.
back, but we'll watch it again. Yeah, really cool last screen to really close out the theme.
Yeah. I I kind of wish it was like more like outside of the factory type thing, but
Well, it's like a sewage pipe. Like I don't
I
see it as a
guess.
I don't think you can change the background. So
No,
like
you
it's kind of
can't.
forced to have that. Um
I guess that's fair. Um, I think this is going in at high 8 as well. I think it's cooler than Sizzling Citadel. I personally like it better than Blast Processing, and probably Overgrown City just because Overgrown City was so short. But it's not better than Water and Ice, so I think it goes here. It's, once again, another one of your big puzzle solving levels, but this one's more linear than things like Claustrophobia, Ancient Engine, or Flooded Waterways. Um, at the same time, I feel like this is the best of all of them at combining. No, actually, I wouldn't say it's the best, but I think it's the best for in terms of difficulty of combining puzzle solving and execution.
mhm.
In terms of if you're looking more for the difficulty side, I think if you're looking more for the puzzle solving side, then it's Claustrophobia, and I think if you're looking for the best of both, it's Ancient Engine. But I think once again, this just does this very well. The theme is very unique, and there's a lot of new custom mechanics and graphics that make it feel much fresher and newer than a lot of the other things that just recreate things with Celeste elements. Not that that's bad, but this just brings it a step up for that. The music is very fitting for what it is, and in general, it's just really good.
Yeah.
I'm actually thinking I probably think this is a bit cooler than Claustrophobia, just because it doesn't feel as overdone. So I'm actually gonna move this down below Water and Ice and Desecration.
Okay. Um I I put it up to a 9. I really liked the I think everything together just works really well. And then I moved blast processing down to a high 8 because that was still in a 9 for me. Not that you can only have one puzzle styled map in 9, but I just rethinking it, uh, I think that's a better position for those two, in my
Yeah,
opinion.
I'm in a really weird spot with everything from Claustrophobia to Heaven's Outer Space, and not really knowing where I want to put each of them in what order and which is considered a 9 and which isn't, because I'm now getting to the point where I need to factor in the fact that Heaven's Outer Space wasn't allowed to be more difficult than it was. And so there's sometimes where it feels more boring as compared to the things we're getting to now, but at the same time it still just does so well with its theming that I'm like, what is my threshold for a 9?
Yeah.
So currently I'm thinking this a lot of this is going to change because me putting things below this is gatekeeping 9,
Mm-hmm.
but I still think this is worthy of a 9. But I also think some of these are better and that they're more of an 8 feeling just because they don't have this amazing theming that this has with 9. So I'm like, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. But
Yeah.
you could see a big influx of people moving up the ranks, setting high PP plays and moving up to the 9 rank, surpassing Heaven's Outer Space because yeah.
You know what? I think with that, I am. Nope, I didn't mean to move Heaven's Outer Space to a 9. Uh, I'm gonna move Water and Ice just right in front of Heaven's Outer Space on mine. I think Water and Ice's gameplay mixed with the theming, I think it is enough to kind of give it that one extra spot.
Fair enough.
Maybe not enough for blast processing though. I think I'll leave it there.
Yeah.
After that, we've got that's advanced lobby. Another summit.
I remember this. So this is the one that had. You know what? It might not have had anything special actually. It might have just been.
Yeah, I don't think it had any.
I think special. I'm thinking of an advanced map.
Very cool stamina puzzle. Very true to its name. It is more summit. Definitely more difficult, using some harder concepts.
Yeah.
Core block.
Core block.
Not too bad for the core blocks.
I think you hated that screen though. Some odd concept mixing, I will say, but I understand it's for gameplay purposes.
Yeah. I'm surprised those didn't crumble. I'm surprised at how often this person still doesn't wall boost.
Yeah. Guess it might be harder to line up than it is to just do that stamina jump.
Yeah.
Things with a guaranteed lineup, they do wall boost on a lot though, so yeah. Classic music getting quieter as we get further along. This is, I don't really have too much to say about this. I think it, in terms of its challenging, in terms of how challenging it is, I probably enjoyed this because it seems challenging by of base mechanics, but also sight readable at the same time.
Yeah.
So I probably just thought it was enjoyable, but that's it. It doesn't do anything new. It doesn't. It also just seems. I mean, it's another summit. It's literally another summit. I think Stratcore Summit was a little bit more creative with the things it did with it, if I recall correctly from the other 2 days.
Yeah. Well, and the thing with it is like, it's another summit for the first half, and then it's its own thing, which would be okay if you weren't leaning so heavily into it being another summit. Like, it felt like it kind of strayed from that theme.
Yeah. So to me, Stratcore Summit is just a better version of this. It wasn't bad. Like, it's still going to be in a 5 for me. It's going to be average, but I think the game did more unique things with Battle-In. Even if it was just Battle-In, it still felt like the screens were on average more creative than this. And then this straying from the theming a little bit kind of made it feel weird.
Gotta go back to remember which one the game
was.
The
final screen wasn't the peak of a summit either. It was like, you go up to this like ledge, which is like whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm just not. For the mechanics, it can go above all these easy ones just for the mechanics alone, just because it's harder.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say the mechanics, for the difficulty alone, it's going up there. But I think it's just, once again, it's like the game where it recreated something, and it's just another way to play it, really. Not bad. I had fun with it. Just nothing special.
Yeah, I think I'm sitting in the same spot with it, just behind the game. Fun, yeah. Looking back, I probably struggled with it more than what I would have now. I think I've just gotten a lot better at more precision stuff, to where looking at it, I'm like, this looks kind of fun. But it doesn't really fit its theming as well as I thought it would.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, a good map altogether.
Yeah, I'm sure I had fun playing that, because it looks, in terms of playability alone and judging it on nothing else, that looks like one of the ones I would have the most fun playing just to sight read.
Yeah.
Because I love wind, I love wall bouncing, I love clouds, I love all of those mechanics, so.
Temporary Blizzard Echo was spooky. Sorry, if I had a Stream Deck, I'd be able to avoid that, but with how I have the audio set up, I have to mute and unmute the desktop audio when I switch scenes. And so I try and like time it with when Blizzard takes a pause in his sentence, and sometimes I'm not the greatest at it. The app is a subscription service.
Yeah, I had actually, because I had recommended that to him, and I was like, oh, I think there's an app, and then boom, it's a freaking subscription service. So.
Yeah, so I'd rather just hunker down and spend. I think it's only like $100 for a stream.
Granted, there's probably third-party apps that we haven't looked into, and maybe we can look into those, and we'll get back to you on that. But we only had looked at the Elgato one when we were talking about it, so
yeah.
Because heck, I'd like to use that if there's a third-party app.
Yeah, because it'd be a very useful thing. Hope you're doing well though. Next up, we're looking at Mobius Temple. Cheater is also cheap. Hey. Whoa. Hey, I'm fine spending money. I just don't like to, okay?
I don't remember this map.
I don't either, but that piano intro is really nice.
Crazy, yeah.
Brought good news. Let's hear it. Oh, yes. This was This was such a cool map.
Okay, this actually was really cool. It expanded on something that the base game definitely should have done more.
Yeah, because you only see this in like the last few screens of Core.
Yeah,
and then,
which is like,
why? I think like one screen of Core B-side uses it for like actual platforming.
Yeah, this was so cool.
Postponed another exam. Let's go. Yeah, there's just so much you can do with this.
Oh, this screen was so cool. This one took me a very long time. I remember I struggled with this. Or no, not this one. There was one where there is 2 sets of crystals, I think.
I think I know which one you're talking about. It's so cool, the concepts you get out of it.
Yeah. 100%. I think it works the best with the Chapter 5 things like this. Although I feel like it could work really well with anything, really. Yeah, this room. Maybe not, actually. I think it just took long for all of them. I think I just am bad at puzzle solving.
Definitely not your strong suit, if I had to say. Since you agreed to ask the teacher yourself,
this screen.
Friend ordered you a burger. Ooh. Now that's a win.
I think this is the one. I'm
This took
serious
us a
this time. This is the one. Because you had to go get that pink crystal in like the...
Yeah.
Yeah, these... Yeah. Also, really cool music.
Mhm.
It's like, yeah, you're in the temple, but like you're in the magical part of the temple with the background and the music, and
Yeah, like something funky's going on.
there's
with the
also a ton of
temple.
secrets here, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Cool ending. Really cool ending.
What a good match.
An amazing example of taking base concepts together. And I've said this for other things, but it's an amazing example of taking base concepts together and making something that feels completely unique with it.
Mm-hmm.
The music is one of the best tracks in the entire mod for sure. That is amazing music.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely good difficulty too. Good puzzle solving. It's super satisfying to pull off. Ooh, man, this is tough. This is what intermediate's just so good. I think I'm putting it above claustrophobia. Looking back on it, claustrophobia was such a high thing for me at the time, but now looking back on it, I remember I was just getting super tired playing it, and that's why it's so low, is because it's just simply too long.
Yeah.
That's why
It.
that's why it keeps moving lower and lower, because of that one fact.
I had mentioned it when we were initially ranking them. It could be so much higher if it didn't overstay its welcome.
Yeah, dude. Okay, legit. Water and Ice, Desecration, and Mobius Temple are currently of the exact same like quality level.
Yeah.
I'm gonna move this down because there's less puzzle solving in it, and it's super fun to do the fling at the end. So it's still amazing, but I'm gonna move. I think this is where it goes. Simply because like this has amazing music and amazing gameplay, but this has amazing music, amazing gameplay, and amazing theming.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I'll keep Desecration right above it. But so good, like just an absolute plethora of amazing levels here in my high 8, like all very worth playing.
Yeah, this one I put in a 9. I also put it right behind Desecration. Just very fun, and I think it uses the not predestined, the already put in place theming of the temple, and made it work with that, and I think that was really cool. I think definitely worthy of a 9 for me. But yeah, you're completely right. The Desecration, Mobius Temple, Water and Ice, so strong, such a strong trio of levels.
Yeah.
But let's move on. Next up, oh, I guess I accidentally clicked. What? Madeline Jones and the Temple of Zoom.
Oh my gosh, I remember like dying on like the second screen of this or something, and it was like hilarious and we laughed or something like that. Unless I'm thinking of the wrong thing. Maybe I'm thinking of something else actually. Oh, maybe I am thinking of something else. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, this had core blocks. So
I
there
don't remember this as well
I thought I remembered
as
it
I
better.
thought I would. Yeah. I'm thinking of something where you can't dash.
Okay.
I don't know what it is, but I'm thinking of it.
I feel like we backtracked a lot. We were missing a strawberry here, and we're trying to figure out where
I
it
don't remember
was.
too much about it. Cool puzzle solving section there. It's like you can also go up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was definitely a you can collect a whole bunch of strawberries type thing. Oh, that's right. I had the Fast Seekers. I still barely remember this, but I do remember the Fast Seekers.
Mm-hmm. That neat firewall.
First Theo section, in intermediate, I think.
I think so, yeah. There's no Theo in the crystal, though, so... Not really a Theo section. No, neat having the
lava chase, yeah.
Yeah. And how could you
Pretty
complete
neat.
a level like this without using the crystal to break the
Definitely
heart?
a very different theme. The gameplay seems pretty solid all around. It seems really easy, a lot easier the first half than it does in the second, and the custom secrets are pretty cool. Definitely super solid, and I'm gonna put it. Can you remind me what these are again?
Heavenly Ascent.
Altitudes and something else.
Heavenly Ascent is old, and New Heartside is Electric Stratosphere. The things we remember in our heads. Crazy.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna put this right at the bottom of 7 for that. It seems like pretty fun. I would have preferred not a lava theme at the end, more of like a broken temple or like a temple basement theme, rather than it more expanding on what they did at the start, rather than it just being like full on like you're in hell almost looking type thing. Like I just, it didn't really fit, but the custom mechanic was pretty cool. So.
Yeah. If I can pick it up. There we go. Oh no, this is gonna be bad. I'm gonna put it right behind Desolate Spire at a 6. Good level. But I think Desolate Spire with the custom, the jump crystal, I think that sits above it for me. Like nothing too amazing out of it compared to the other levels, but good in its own right.
Right. Fair enough. I just remembered a level that exists. I don't know. I think it's an advanced, but man, was it cool. Just want to let you know, I just thought of something. That's the end of it, though.
Last of the intermediate maps, we've got what is it called? Serene Skydive.
Oh
yes.
My gosh! Yes, this is so good.
So
okay.
this level was pretty much you're falling the entire time.
This is Buttville from Earthworm Jim HD. Trust me.
Very cool trying to figure out where the strawberries were too.
But that does not make it easy.
Yeah, the downdraft definitely still adds that difficulty to it.
This is a golden looks so much cooler than if you die.
Uh-huh.
Or a silver.
I think there were spikes in the water at the bottom too.
Probably. Taking the speedrunning route.
Nice berry grab.
I remember theorizing that left side.
Oh no, it was a safe water. Quick level, but I mean that is so cool.
Yeah, no, base concepts, but it's the opposite of Heavenly Altitudes. It takes this concept of like the sky, but you're like not touching the ground. But this time you're falling instead of rising up. And in my opinion, that's even cooler, especially with the amount of difficulty it gives. So I'm definitely gonna put this Um, above Sizzling Citadel, I'm gonna put this. Good question, actually. Where am I gonna put this? I think I'm gonna put it above Overgrown City, below Claustrophobia. And I'm thinking that's it. I'm done thinking. I think that's where I'm gonna put it. It's just so good. It's so unique for being just base game concepts. Also, the music's awesome. It complements the theme very well. So, gotta say.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna put mine between Heaven's Outer Space and Sizzling Citadel. I think its length is what holds it behind Heaven's Outer Space. Just because it is a shorter level. With the infinite dashes, like... I don't know if the infinite dashes makes it easier or harder, because... You know, if you didn't have infinite dashes, there'd be dash crystals, and then you'd know where you need to go, right? So I don't know if that really makes it any easier, except you could probably just keep up dashing to save yourself.
I don't know. I think it makes it more creative, and it might make it easier, but even then, like, then they would have had to probably change some things. Like, I bet you with just one dash crystal or a bunch of dash crystals, just would have felt slower and less free flowing.
Yeah.
Or they would have had to make it easier, or make it less horizontal movement, which I wouldn't have liked. I think it's perfect how it is.
Yeah, I think it's in a good space for what it is. I think it's really just the length. Would have been neat to have a little more, but it's hard to have more when you're just like constantly going through. Like, no matter how much you add, it's still gonna feel fast.
Right.
So that is that one. I guess we rate heart sides separately. So let me switch over. We'll see the rainbow berry ad or collect. Which the stream didn't get to hear because I forgot I didn't have game audio coming through in the last lobby. But this is the intermediate heart side, so this will have a little bit of every level.
What is this replicating?
I think that's like
an original.
Yeah.
The lobby. By the way, the lobby for intermediate was probably my favorite one.
Yeah, very autumn looking leaves.
I just love autumn and warm colors.
Yeah. The other thing with heart sides is usually it's slightly harder than it's almost usually the level of the next lobby, I'd say.
So fun. I remember this screen was kind of a doozy. It was difficult to chain all of this together. So here's your another summit. Strat Curse Summit was earlier. It was one of the first ones. I believe this is Dark Side of the Moon. Yeah, this screen was hard. I remember because we're like still going.
Yeah.
And then it ends with this, which I remember took me ages to figure out.
Yeah, I do remember this.
And it also took me a long time because you have to Jelly Vader in this, or at least it's a lot easier if you do.
And you did not have that strat cooked up yet.
This, unfortunately, couldn't be combined with this much, so it's just kind of another puzzle.
Yeah.
It's still really cool, though. I kind of like the combination with the water.
Yeah, it almost looked like they mixed mechanics from multiple different maps within that puzzle.
Yeah, which was nice to see. Here's our another section of destination.
Yeah.
Mixed in with flooded waterways.
So cool. And now into water and ice. Get a little bit
Right
of
back
both
down,
sides.
really cool. Naturally, you got to do this at the end
Mm-hmm.
because that's enforced.
Can't leave that out. Mobius
This is a
Temple.
little bit weaker without the theming, but once again, it's a sick puzzle.
Yeah.
Into Ancient Engine, our current top pick for both of us. Definitely weaker without its open world, but
Yeah.
they still managed to make the mini puzzle in here. So where you can kind of backtrack to the left side of the screen. I think this is what the crap
Heavenly?
was it called? No, I mean the last one.
Oh.
Abandoned and Lost.
Yes.
Yeah, this is Heavenly. And this is something.
Um.
Oh, Madeleine Jones.
Oh, okay.
Into Sizzling Citadel. Good transition.
Yeah.
Into Spirit Spire.
Yes. Because that was one that we didn't really.
Into Serene Skydive. Kind of easier.
Yeah. And then back into your lobby style. Well, not really lobby style, but I guess it is. Just like darker. More dead trees and whatnot. This was cool because when you find out, like, oh, you still have to do some platforming in, like, the lobby styled room. Like, that was cool.
Right, which is cool. Which I don't believe the beginner hard side had.
No.
And simply because this was a bit harder, I'm gonna probably put it above beginner because that's really all I can say for it.
Yeah.
It was less creative in some parts with some of them, but was more creative in some parts with some of them, just like beginner. It's harder to chain together, and I really like the lobby style parts, so it's better than beginner. And that's about it.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm switching back to the tier list. Yeah, it's just both of us putting intermediate above beginner on the hard side section. The reason we have hard side separate is just because it's hard.
It's kind of cheating.
Yeah, because it mixes the good and the bad, so you can't really judge it along the others.
Yeah.
But that puts us into advanced lobby.
Your best lobby.
Let me
Now
switch.
let me show you. You can already see with I think both of our lists that intermediate has a higher bell curve, or like it is
It's more
on
skewed
average
towards
higher
that
up.
top.
Yeah, that's why I couldn't think of the word. I was like, what is the word? It's more skewed towards the top than it is towards the middle, like easy lobby. So.
Mm-hmm. All right. What do we have first? Whoa. At full screen. Wait, I wanted it full screen. That's right. Above Celeste's peak.
All right, so frame one. All right, so we got some of the coolest theming in this entire game. It fits the theming, it's custom theming, and we have diagonal orbs, which do not exist anywhere else.
Diagonal orbs?
Yeah, the first orb was diagonal. Like that.
No, that's the wind pushing it.
Well, even then, I don't think anything else does that.
No, I don't think so. But yeah, that's the wind. Because of the wind current, it changes the trajectory of the orbs.
I still think that's a custom mechanic, though. I don't think that's just... I don't think the base game would work like that.
I don't know.
Love the messages. Just so cool. Oh my gosh, I love this. We're going over here. I remember there was one you wave dash out of, and it's super cool. This was a whole puzzle screen where you had to backtrack.
Yeah.
For a strawberry. The music is perfectly fitting. Once again, I just am such a sucker for these colors. The gameplay obviously looks fun. Also has a slight aspect of puzzle solving.
Mm-hmm.
Not completely linear because of the strawberries. Of course, we are not done yet.
One last.
This was
neat
such
challenge.
a cool part.
Really cool.
Or diagonal orbs. Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought there was a part where you had to go straight up at the end. I remember this part a lot. Dude, this music is so good. We barely get to hear any of it. This part of the song is so good. Oh my gosh.
Just really fits everything together super well. This is cool. Like you thought the level was over, and then you get this whole climb area.
I know.
So cool.
This was the best screen for sure. I thought I remember this, but I couldn't remember if I was mixing it up with something else. But I think another thing had a very similar screen, which we'll get to in a little bit. But like, dude, yeah, and it had checkpoints halfway up. I remember this part with the 3. Very memorable. I'll tell you that. I remember a lot of this, and it's just so cool and so well made.
Mm-hmm.
I love going up and I love fighting and being with wind both. So
yeah, and it's neat with the bubbles because that draft, changes what it is.
It checks all the boxes. This is awesome. I love this.
Yep.
This to me is what a perfect extension of a summit type level looks like.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Not just another summit or Stratford summit. This is like what it is. And of course, you get so high up that you're basically in space. All right,
So
I was gonna give this a 9, but I think I don't know. I think it might get a 10, honestly. I love this so much. Everything that this does. I've basically already said it, so I don't really wanna repeat myself. But its theming is perfect for what it wanted to do. The music is amazing, it fits perfectly. There's a new mechanic, all of the colors fit together extremely well. It was so much fun to play, I remember. The climbing section at the end is awesome. It has the perfect amount of content. The difficulty is fun. Somewhat sight readable, but you still got to think about it. There's a small puzzle solving aspect of it, especially in the first half of the screen. I mean, it does everything so phenomenally. So, yeah, for me, Above Celeste's Peak is actually gonna probably be right in between Flooded Waterways and Ancient Engine.
That's where I was looking. It's like it does everything. It really does. Better than the switching of Flooded Waterways. Can I pick this up, please? Hello? There we go. It's a great mouse. Um, I need to like find what screwdriver I need to take this apart and like I don't know, clean it.
What
I
do you
don't know.
have?
What?
What mouse do you have?
The you know the one.
Is it my mouse?
I think so.
G502 SE
Yes.
or G502?
I think just 502.
Yeah, okay. Mine's just white in some spots. So
Oh, mine is also like the accents are white and whatnot.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have the special edition.
Okay.
Either way, it's the same mouse.
Yeah, I just need to find it. It's a great mouse that I end up clicking a lot of the extra buttons on accident for. But it gets annoying with this double click issue. Yeah, above Celeste Peak. Incredible map. Not too much more to say about it.
Further proving that I think I'm going to need to put more things in my 9 eventually. Because I just can't seem to find anything to put there.
Yeah. It's really crazy how many things just skip right to 10. And Advanced Lobby is gonna really even out the top of the tier
Yeah,
list.
I that's what I'm hoping for. Like, I originally was going to be a 9, but then the more and more I remembered it, the more I was like, wow, this is just exceptional, despite it not being quote-unquote open world, which I feel like a lot of my top things are the open world stuff, in a sense. So, yeah. All right.
All right.
Moving on.
Moving on to, if I can find my mouse, we're moving on to Satellite.
Dude, the music for this was so good. Technically, just different colored spinners, but I love the color of the spinners, and the background is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And it makes everything look like scaffolding almost, but with a little bit more polish because the spinners outline a lot of it.
Yeah. Very cool, like, mini backtracks in the room.
A lot of raw mechanics here. A lot of wall bouncing, a lot of wave dashing.
Yeah.
Just a lot of the most fun mechanics in the game.
Anything that keeps you moving.
Aesthetically hits the nail on the head for just a level with more simplistic yet well-made, difficult, and fun gameplay.
Mm-hmm. Shorter than I thought.
Good. It's just simply good at what it wants to do.
Yeah.
Once again, I think that background might be unique, the particle effects in the background, but other than that, I think it's just all base stuff with really well colored spinners, very fitting custom music, and just a solid fun gameplay with more advanced mechanics.
Mm-hmm.
Or I guess those are both intermediate mechanics, so yeah, probably borderlining an intermediate level, honestly, but probably a little bit harder when you actually go to do it, I'm sure.
Yeah, I wonder if the difficulty level is more just chaining it all.
Yeah, probably. I'm sure when you go to do it, it's a bit harder. So this is gonna get a right there. It's gonna get that part of 8 right there, right below Sizzling Citadel. But yeah. Actually, I really like this theming. I think I'm gonna put it above Overgrown City.
I'm
thinking.
Yeah, I'm thinking of. So I've got it at the back of 8 right now.
It's definitely 8. Like it's too. It does things too well together to be a 7, but it definitely doesn't pass any thresholds of like doing something unique, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. No, I think I'll keep that. I was questioning switching Chill Out Mountain and City of Tears around, but I think I'll leave them. Just one of those things.
I'm really kind of tossed up on this section here: Overgrown City, Blast Processing, Sizzling Citadel, and now Satellite. They're all kind of in there. They're all kind of in a tier together for me. Well, I mean, technically they literally are in a tier together, but you know, we're trying to be more specific. Yeah, it's definitely better than Overgrown City, Overgrown City in terms of like I just like the theming a little bit more of Satellite. But, like also Blast Processing was a lot more unique. Same thing with Sizzling Citadel being probably more unique, but this just seems like it'd be more up my alley, so I'm just gonna keep it up here.
Okay. Sounds good.
Once again, I mean 8 means that everything is of a very similar quality here.
Yeah. Yeah. Next up, we've got Northern Lights.
Cheating. So this, yeah, here we go. So this is your curved dashes.
Yeah.
Which is so cool. This is probably the hardest custom mechanic to get a hang of. This took a very long time to get used to.
It definitely wasn't as it didn't feel consistent just because there were so many small adjustments that could be made to change it.
Play this with a stick.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I did the entire. Cause I
definitely an anti-keyboard level. I remember I struggled with this screen.
The last screen I really struggled with.
Which I believe is this.
Oh yeah, and it had the triple dashes. No, the last screen ended with a feather, I think. Unless I'm thinking the heart side. Maybe I'm thinking the heart side version.
Still, so simplistic in its theming and design, but it does what it wants to do. You're above the sky, rainbow spinners, spacey theme, well, not spacey theme, like magical night, Northern Lights theme potentially.
Yeah.
And the custom mechanic is probably one of my favorites that we've ever run into because it had a learning curve. Not to say that they all didn't, but this had a mechanical learning curve, which most of them are based upon puzzle learning curve.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a bit different than that. Probably gonna put this right above claustrophobia and below water. Nice. Very good. Definitely a bit short, but it did take a very long time. So
yeah, I'm gonna put it at a high 7, just right at the top. And I don't really know. Like, I think it does everything it wants to do, and it does it well. I kind of wish they stuck with just the moving dash and didn't add triple dash crystals. I think if it stuck with one or the other, I don't think it'd be as interesting if it was just doing triple dash crystals. But I think if they worked more around the moving dash with 2 dashes, I think it could have been better.
Really, I love the triple dash crystal. I think that added that difficulty in being able to control every dash. You kind of had to make sure you were in the right position every time, and I feel like that made the verticality of it better than chain it into a wave dash, chain it into a wall boost, something we've already seen a million times.
Mm-hmm.
Just basically relying entirely on the custom mechanic and nothing else to do exactly what it wanted to do with it.
I guess. I don't know. I still feel.
I mean, that's obviously your opinion.
Yeah. I just think it could have done better having only one new thing rather than 2. But either way, still very fun. Really cool mechanic. Next up, we have Crimson Knight.
All right, so this was the first one we played. I remember. In terms of design, this is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
but I remember after a while thinking it was a bit more boring than the other ones after we had played more.
Yeah.
But once again, design and theming, this is a 10 for sure. Just talking about that alone. I love this tower section.
Yeah, like this really solidifies almost
This,
like a prison escape
yeah.
style. Door skip.
Yeah, it's good. Really cool vertical screen at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Almost like a full-on chasm. Music fits perfectly.
Yeah, it has like almost like a Western blues. Using the Seeker for that extra height.
Some advanced technique.
I don't remember this one having a bubble worm.
This can have a lot of different mechanics because they're all silhouettes and they'll never feel out of place because of that.
Yeah.
So I was gonna mention that with the dream block. Like it can have a whole bunch of different mechanics, but since they're all like dark, like you could do whatever you want with them.
Yeah,
So,
the color theming doesn't.
If I had to guess, this had a traditional bubble worm and not one like we're gonna see in a few maps.
Mm-hmm.
No. So, yeah. Honestly, I remember thinking this was cool, but mechanically it didn't interest me. But looking back on it, man, the theme is just so good with the music that for me, it's gonna get a right below Sizzling Citadel above Chill Out Mountain 8.
Okay. I was putting mine at the very bottom of 8. I think it's just behind Satellite. I could see it going above Satellite. Yeah. Honestly, it being silhouetted like that, it's just really cool.
Yeah, theme 10 out of 10. One of the best maps there is.
Yeah, it's hard getting silhouette maps are just really cool to see, and then having it being like the Prison Break theme along with that, and it does work that really well. So that does deserve being above Satellite for me.
I think it's time, Meta.
I think it's time.
I think it's time.
What time?
Don't unpause.
Okay.
I'm making some huge changes here.
Oh, hold on. Let me switch scenes back. All right.
Because this just made me realize, like, this, despite 10 out of 10 theming, Heaven's Outer Space also has 10 out of 10 theming, but it's I think it's too high. So now it's making me rethink here. I think we're there.
Okay.
I think we're there for now. I'm feeling that with this.
So not necessarily that Heaven's Outer Space was too high, but some other things weren't high enough.
No, it's mostly that thing of like I put Heaven's Outer Space at a 9. I was pretty confident with it at the time, but then as more things existed, I was putting them below Heaven's Outer Space.
Mm-hmm.
And that was, yeah, I'd say it's more that Heaven's Outer Space was too high in the end. But yeah, you're right. A lot of things weren't high enough, and then just yeah.
Okay. I think I'm still pretty good with my Heaven's Outer Space placement. I think as for the two silhouette levels that we've seen now, I think it's still the better of the two.
Yeah, I like the theming of Crimson Knight almost better, but I like the aesthetic of Heaven's Outer Space and the gameplay more.
Mm-hmm.
That's hard to describe, and boom, I'm back. That's hard to describe, but aesthetic and theming are different. I think Crimson Knight does the silhouette fits more, but the Heavens in Heaven's Outer Space, the silhouette makes it look prettier.
Yeah.
So yeah.
All
And
right.
now looking at it, this could honestly go above, below, claustrophobia, serene skydive, anywhere here, but I think I'll just keep it up here for now.
All right, then we're good to switch over to Space Garden.
This was the first one we... No, this was the second one we played. It was the last one we played. I don't know. Thick theme. Garden theme things are so cool, and just the space theme in Celeste fits with like everything, so you can never go wrong with something. This is one of those ones where you're just gonna have pure fun executing the whole thing.
Yeah. Just
Another thing where it's probably fairly
flow.
sight readable. Yeah. Yeah, that's actually the best word for it is flow. Some good flow gameplay.
A lot of things I remember things like this down here. There were a few things in this level that kept making us think like, okay, we're gonna be coming back through this area. Because like even in the first screen there were I know my mouse is hidden, but these ice rails on the sides, there were some of those inside lightning near the start of the first screen, and we're just constantly thinking the entire map like, okay, we're coming back to this somehow, and you just never do. And that was it still seems weird to me.
The screen looks insanely fun.
A lot going on, but it's still visually understandable, which is good. Plus the music.
That looked tough. Yeah, yeah.
Sounds like if you have a Donkey Kong space level, this would be the music.
Such a cool theme. Very good music. Very, very, very good flow. This is very similar to Satellite, in my opinion, with it being a good flow level with the base mechanics of the game, taking all of the base themes or the base textures and making a new theme out of it that makes it a little bit more interesting. So it's just going to go... I'm actually going to put this one below Overgrown City because I think that one had a bit stronger of a theme and a little bit more uniqueness to it. But like this is probably in terms of fun, this is probably like one of the highest ones up. And to me, it's just Satellite. Not I wouldn't say Satellite, but worse, but Satellite but different. And for me, it's just a little bit lower. Actually,
see, I was thinking the same. To me, it's like Satellite, but better.
I think the flow is better, but I think I don't know. Something about Satellite I just really like. This is really tough. They are basically the same thing though. With it being a little bit, I'm actually gonna say just because of the difficulty, I think I like it a little bit less because this is the first time ever, but I think it's simply because Satellite might be a little bit harder that I'm gonna say I like Satellite more. But this has better flow than Satellite, but it uses the same mechanics.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll put it here.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have mine right above Satellite. Just the same reasoning. I think it's not because I don't think it's more difficult. I think Satellite did have that higher difficulty, and the meter on there does display that. I don't know. I just really liked the theming of Space Garden better.
Hey, it's awesome. I 100%. That it just advanced lobby. I mean, what can you say?
Yeah.
We have you have an almost 8 and higher, and I have 8s and higher. So
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. Moving on, we have Advanced Lobby, Rhythm
okay,
Realm.
okay.
So no custom rhythm, or just the beat block ones.
I will say using the kind of faded colors here, I think actually kind of fits for some weird reason.
Yeah.
Also, the timing changes, which were, I believe, unique to this.
Yes.
There were some points in the end, I believe, that or it was in the hard side where the timing change actually mattered. No, I'm thinking of a GM map. Okay,
Yeah.
never mind.
Yeah. You're thinking.
No, I'm thinking of an expert map. I'm thinking of the hardest expert map,
Mm-hmm.
the mini GM map that I'm thinking of. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Still though, I'm gonna be honest. Despite me liking rhythm games, this is probably the most frustrating mechanic in Celeste, for me. I'm not bad at it per se, but I don't like waiting when I respawn, and
Mm-hmm.
at the same time, sometimes just you feel like you're inside of a block when you're not, or you just barely pass out of it a little bit too early.
It's the same thing with the ropes from Into the Jungle.
Yeah, basically. I'd say they're a little bit less frustrating than the ropes, but still. Um, it takes a concept, gives it a theme that I think fits it very well. The song isn't annoying to listen to for a really long time. Not to say that they usually are, but like I could see myself getting annoyed at like a really upbeat song. If I was at this level of difficulty with the rhythm blocks, which we usually aren't, so it's fine. But in this, I'm glad they made it like this.
Yeah, and they do utilize it in a really cool way of like the previous screen where you're doing a lot of dashes inside the block
Inside of it,
purposely, where
yeah.
the core game is always trying to get you on the edges of the blocks rather than inside of them. So that is a really cool use for it. But
Solid. But once again,
Yeah,
I'm gonna be honest. This is my bias against it. It's just kind of a frustrating mechanic at points, and this took me longer than I wanted it to. So I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna put Madalena Jones in the Temple of Zoom. Actually, I'm probably gonna put it below these two levels.
okay.
And possibly even below Striker or something, because I don't know, the second half of this I just don't vibe with. The first half was cool and it would be up there still, but then that making me realize that this is gonna be the first one, unfortunately, if I can find it. That it's gonna be a 7. It's probably gonna be the low 7 for me. I still think it's very good, and things that are more difficult are just generally more interesting at times. Right now we're in the perfect difficulty in my opinion. So, but I think Crystal Enigma, things like this, Crystal Enigma, Desolate Spire with their custom mechanics, slightly better theming, or slightly just this didn't have it had good theming for what it was, but like I said, what it was something I don't care for. So, yeah, I'm just gonna it just goes there.
See, I put mine. I also put mine under Desolate Spire, but for me that's like a high 6 rather than a 7. It's just going off of the words for your ranks. It's good, not great for me. And
Actually, you're right. You are right. I can't put it below anything like so. I'm not gonna call Strat Curse uninspired, but I still think this is a little bit more unique. I think I'll put it at the very top of 6, maybe in between these two.
yeah, I mean it's in a rough position of being surrounded by greatness.
Yeah, that's true.
And it makes it easier to notice that it isn't the best, but it's still a very good map.
Right. That being said, can we take a 5-minute break?
Sure.
You can play some Minesweeper or something, or you could leave Minesweeper up. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And I'll be right back. It might not even be 5 minutes, but yeah.
All right.
Okay, I will be back.
And there we go. Minesweeper. I'll load up an intermediate. I'm gonna grab a drink while Blizzard's away, and then I'll be back and do a Minesweeper match. Not horrible, but that was over 2 minutes. Should be able to get it on. Whoa! I wonder, is that a double click? That is interesting. That's why that's happening. So I wonder... Yeah, okay. Okay, so what it's doing... I'll explain the bug I found in my own program. First off, the other bug that plagues this, only in free flags mode. If you place flags, right, you can place flags before you start the game. Then you click. Those flags are gone forever. You can't get them back. So there's that bug. And then apparently, if you click while... Welcome back. I'm explaining bugs that I've found in Minesweeper. First being if you place flags down and then click to open the board.
I did see. Yeah, then you don't have those flags anymore.
Yeah. However, I think it was our last stream where there were like purple blocks.
Purple blocks, yeah.
Yeah, like that. And I just found out that the only reason I found that was because my mouse is acting up. And if you click multiple times to start the board, it does multiple starts. So you can actually get multiple different starts at once and get an even more open board.
And then, well then, yeah, and then you've got open areas that are actually mines and areas that aren't mines that should have been and things like that.
Yeah, which it seems like you can't
interact with them.
Yeah, you can't interact with those mines. Because I don't know... Because I wonder what happens if you... So that definitely there were mines that should have been existing there, but don't. So I wonder if you clear the game, are there going to be 40 mines? Or are there less? Does that eliminate some mines from the game even? Which would be kind of interesting.
So, okay, that's I was like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a weird thing because then, because you can't interact with them, you can't do a clear on any of the blocks near it because none of them will ever meet the requirements for it.
You can clear that down there. Oh, okay. You were just explaining it. My bad.
The other thing is I'm really glad my mouse is acting up because now I know of a bug that I would not have known what was causing it otherwise. So that's good. That should be an easy patch. I just need to put in the double click prevention. That may... Honestly, the double click prevention will probably... not work.
Nice.
Because...
Good to hear.
If you click on a space that isn't the same, it won't count it. Okay, no, we only had 2 flags left, and those were for the 2 mines. So I guess it does replace all the mines afterwards. So that's good to know. So like if I were to click on 2 separate spaces, double click won't care because technically you didn't double click, but you did do 2 clears. So I would need to just disable input after the first click until everything is placed, I guess.
Yep.
Thank you for joining my Minesweeper debugging session.
Let's go.
Back to the tier listing. We were just doing some rearranging. We are now on Lucid Caverns. Oh boy. I see what's next, and I'm excited.
What a cool theme.
Mm-hmm.
Love the water in the foreground here.
Yeah.
Another, looks like very well flowing screen. I love me my bubbles, so this just looks like it was a fun play. A lot of those seem to be a thing. Music is perfectly fitting for the theme. I remember this puzzle, it's kind of sick.
Mm-hmm. Just trying to figure out which direction to go where.
Yeah.
Yeah, the really good flowing screens seem to be the ones that it always feels unfortunate because of the screen size limit, or the screen limit, to where it's like, okay, they're punished because you could finish the screen really fast and it feels like there's less content, but you got so much out of it.
Yeah. So, this is going to be around the same spot as Satellite and Space Garden. Solid theme. There might be some custom textures, but I'm unsure. I think those mushrooms in the background are. Music fits perfectly. Flow is 10 out of 10. Fun is also then very close to that. Yeah, just seems really, really solid. I'll put it right below Space Garden.
Yeah, I was thinking the same space, right below Space Garden. I think
just all very similar levels that, I mean, I'm sure if we went back and played it, we would just enjoy ourselves. And that's about, like, you know, it's just so, it's just well made.
Like, for our skill level, it's like, it's a fun level of difficulty.
Yeah, that is the perfect map.
And I think once, for like everybody, once you find kind of like that skill level, that's when you really find the things you really look forward to.
Yeah, and like I was talking about off stream, there's a time where you improve to the point where you know exactly what level is fun to keep learning and exactly what level is always going to be fun.
Mm-hmm.
This is the 5 to 6 stars of Osu for me, like the advanced difficulty. Like it's the perfect spot where something can be fun but easy enough to where I find enjoyment in executing it.
Yeah, and you have the ability to like to sight read it, but it's not guaranteed. And usually it's at a point where, for a first playthrough, you don't care if you don't sight read it, but having that possibility is always cool.
Yeah, I agree.
Coming up is my number 1 map. This is...
Don't spoil it. Why are you spoiling it?
Sorry, this map
this is the climb.
Sucks.
You can talk about it if you'd like.
This is the climb. I love it. I forgot we had dashes. I could have sworn this was dashless. This was neutral jumpless.
Yeah, no neutral jumps. Cannot be cheese. Takes climbing to its absolute limit.
Mm-hmm. Just very cool.
I love the aesthetic of it is perfect.
Yeah. And it's so much... So, like, you're going up and you start having these icy walls, which makes sense because it's like, okay, the higher you are, the colder it is. It's a really good way to do puzzles just through the platforming.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. I was like, dude, this is like, we spent like a long time just thinking about what to do, and there's not even any puzzle aspects here.
Yeah.
It's just raw platforming.
And that's, like, you don't see that very often. A lot of it's like, it'll have a specific puzzle element. No, this is just platforming, and you just... You feel smart when you figure it out.
I don't remember doing this, but maybe
No, I don't. I think you're supposed to go around the other side.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So this definitely seems like some cheese, because I know we definitely weren't doing anything like that. But hey, that's cool. Yeah, the no neutral jump means you can't just like neutral jump up the icy walls and climb. So cool. Feels like you're in almost like an airship.
Oh, I just think it's scaffolding. Once again, to me, this is City of Tears, but to its maximum potential.
Okay. I can definitely see that.
It has a better theme. Dude, this is so cool.
It is.
Like, you're in the air now. Like, you're just there.
The idea, like, this is...
And here's the music picking up as well, by the way. Okay, go.
To have this much, like, this much of just almost pure hanging. Like, you are completely under the level, is what it feels like. Yeah. Like, there's no floor.
There's nothing down there.
It's so cool.
Really cool strawberry room right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a big thing of just like, as you play it, you just feel so smart.
Revisiting a previous screen, I believe, but higher up.
Mm-hmm.
Which means it does, in fact, have some of those getting over it type falls.
Which, like, it feels worse, but cool. As long as you don't hit, like, a checkpoint in the map, then that doesn't...
That's true.
You could always just reset, but having the feeling that, like, oh no, I could fall.
Yeah.
Very neat that the background elements also play into that kind of, like, crumbling, broken scaffolding.
Oh, 100%. The color of the particles in the sky is just... the evening sky is my favorite type, and it's just the music and like these balls don't exist anywhere else. I don't think that. No. I love the scaffolding. I'm such a sucker for parkour. It makes me feel like I'm doing it IRL. I remember that screen took us a really long time. I think.
Mm-hmm.
Of such a just.
And then not even like not even too special of like a section for the heart. It's just at the top.
Yeah.
So cool.
Isolated, the music gets quieter. Freaking masterclass, absolutely amazing. It has this feeling of open world because there are parts where you're coming back to the level like from the top, from the left, from the right. A lot of the strawberries are cool. Utilizing nothing except for base game mechanics and taking away one way of cheesing the level. And yet it somehow gives you puzzle, execution, perfect theming, and it makes you just... and it's still fun to figure out, to execute. You're never going to get bored listening to it. Feel like you're making progress vertically. It's just... everything about it is phenomenal. And we had already kind of determined this beforehand. I knew this was going to be his favorite, and this is most likely going to be my absolute second favorite map, unless I think of something else. It's just... nothing like it. Nothing like it.
Yeah. Huge proof that you don't need anything flashy to make a good level. Like, this is one dash and just climbing. And it nails it perfectly.
Yeah. I do think the theming does have the theming and the music have a part here in it being a 10.
Yeah.
I agree. The highest 10 I have. But
definitely.
And what you're saying is correct.
It's such a good thing of every single, even not even just the full screen, just like each section of the screens. It feels like an accomplishment when you get through it. Like you solve it. You have to mentally solve the sections before you can actually do it, and then it's not just.
If not, you're gonna fall.
Yeah, and then it's not like. I mean, it was precise, but it's not like grandmaster levels of precision to actually execute it.
Yeah,
It's
which
reasonable.
yeah. It feels like there's a challenge in being precise, but it doesn't feel unfair.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Very cool. All right, it's all downhill from here.
Yeah, yeah. I'll go figuratively and literally.
Ferocious Sanctuary.
I remember this, and that's about it. I just
Not
remember
certain I do.
it. I think it was another case of just a solid map, if I remember, but there might have been a custom mechanic here.
Looking very similar to that other group of
Yep.
just really good flow.
So more dash jumping here. And once again, we're just using bubbles a lot more, which are one of my favorite mechanics in the game.
Honestly, so this uses a lot of probably one of my. I think I've started thinking this is maybe my favorite part of Celeste is just doing the wall hops.
Yeah, neutral jumping.
Yeah.
Neutral jumping is so satisfying because I feel like it's like wave dashing in Melee. You start out not being able to do it at all. You get it once or twice, and it's super hard to replicate. And then once you get it down, you're almost never missing it.
Mm-hmm.
And it feels satisfying every single time you do it. And you just know, without even thinking about it, that you can neutral jump.
Yeah.
And so it just, yeah.
And the fact that it's on icy walls, so it's like a needed thing, makes it feel better. And the map seems to have you at no dashes quite a lot here. Ooh, a reverse. Has the farewell vortex.
This was a cool screen. I actually remember this screen. Really fun to execute. This part was very challenging. Especially with the neutral jumps where you have to hop like a little bit back.
Yeah.
Instead of just a regular neutral jump. I'm very bad at, so I remember it was a very good challenge. And this end screen was cool.
Mm-hmm. Really cool.
Theming is worse than the pair of three, so we're gonna be comparing it to the same pair of three.
Yeah.
Theming, in my opinion, is the weakest out of now these four. But in terms of gameplay, I'm a sucker more for dash jumps than I am for wave dashes. And neutral jumping is extremely fun too, and it's definitely probably the hardest out of these four for me personally because of that. So with all of that put together, what is it called?
Ferocious Sanctuary, a dead mod map, I guess. I don't think
Very good.
I mean, we knew that going in because
Yeah.
we always read who made
So
them.
for me, it'll be right below Space Garden.
So theming is worse, but I think the gameplay was more suited to what I like. So I'm putting it at the top of the four. I know at the time of playing them, I'd probably have it behind Space Garden because I definitely didn't. I don't think I cared too much for like the neutral jumps and jumping along icy walls through like a no dash puzzle, but I just really like those now. So I'm putting that at the top.
Fair enough.
Yeah, but I agree. I think Space Garden definitely has a stronger theming.
Yeah. I think the other three just have a stronger theme in general, but they're all just so that's like that. If you want to have fun with Celeste and you want a perfect middle of the ground difficult like set, like that is like the perfect set of custom levels right there. Like in my opinion, just like for just the best flow you can get.
Yeah. A good set for like honing your skills.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Nice Doppelganger.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Such a cool custom mechanic.
This is a core level, and I don't like core levels. But dude, look at this. So here, Battlein mirrors every dash movement that you make. And this creates open spaces that are actually deceptively tight. And times where, right there, where you have to... We're gonna have to go back, because I can tell you, like...
It's so hard to explain it, and...
These sections took way longer than they're taking this person, obviously. You can dash with Battlein if Madeline is out of movement, and vice versa. This was so hard.
Yeah.
Once again, open spaces that are actually way harder, because every time you get to one of those bubbles, then Battlein can move again, and then you have to move in a specific way. It creates difficulty out of open spaces, but the multitasking aspect, as somebody who's bad at multitasking, absolutely loved this. This is gameplay 10 out of 10. Theming was nothing special, but like, honestly, this is just a custom mechanic that blows everything out of the freaking water. Like, there's just no way.
Yeah. Like, we're watching through the whole thing again.
Theming, I will say, is where this kind of lowers itself, but I'm kind of fine with it, because for some reason this feels like a mechanic that would be in core. I don't know why, it just feels like it could have been there. And it's beautiful with the rising lava. Like,
I'm even gonna slow it down to half speed, just so you can fully see. Like, she only mimics the dash movements, and then if she's in a bubble, she's mimicking the directional movements. So here's where you're stuck in that dream block, so you have to then maneuver as Battlein.
And they sync up again, and then you don't have her again. That alone took us forever.
Here's the first triple.
You utilize one, you utilize the other one, and then you're back to normal again. Not done yet. A little bit more platforming. On to the next screen.
The feather, definitely the hardest part.
Oh, wait, no, she does mimic movement. Okay. So she mimics everything.
Okay.
Yeah, this part, creating open space, it's such a cool challenge, in my opinion, to have to look. Honestly, wish it was a little bit longer.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely, this took us a while, because this is not
this
easy.
took us a while. Yeah, even the ending of the screen wasn't easy, because you have to do this fast. You can't be thinking about it the whole time.
Yeah, because that lava is close behind it. Would definitely love to see more of this.
Yeah, more of it.
So
And that being said, I loved this at the time, and I know it was one of my favorites, but it might actually be a little bit lower because of, number one, no custom theming and just core music. But gameplay concept, in my opinion, out of the custom mechanics in this game, this is the second best custom mechanic in the entirety of the mod, behind something we'll be talking about very shortly. Just so much fun. I just wish it was explored more. So, originally this was going to go right below the climb, but I actually might... I might be putting this... I think... No, never mind. You know what? It's still... It's going to go right below Ancient Engine.
okay.
I without the gimmick, it's a very weak level. But this gimmick is absolute bias from me. I think this without the gimmick is just like a straight up, like, you know, I mean, obviously the level would be completely different, but, you know, even if it was just a puzzle solving core level with a bunch of feathers and stuff, it would just be some 7. But like, this gimmick is absolutely carrying it. From even if it was a good gimmick, with all of this lack of theming and custom music and things like that, it would probably have just gotten a 9. But this is my personal bias for the gimmick that's carrying it to the 10 spot where it is.
Yeah, I put it in the same spot right behind Ancient Engine. It's just, it's hard not to kind of reward a mechanic like that with a high spot. It's just so good. Very fun. I I struggled a lot with this map because of the multitasking, and I probably didn't feel like I enjoyed it much at the time,
Yeah,
just
I would
because
agree.
it felt like I was messing up too much to enjoy it. But just looking back and having a fresh pair of eyes on it, it's definitely really good.
I'm actually going to move it below above Celeste Peak because I think this has so much more content and this could have had more screens.
Mm-hmm. I can see that.
Still though, oh my gosh, so good, so good, so good, so good, so good. If I had to say which one I'd rather play in terms of how much fun it is, it's probably Nice Doppelganger, but still, above Celeste Peak definitely has a lot more meat to it in a sense. So
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
give it that for probably a lot more effort put into it. If I had to guess, not to say that effort equals good, bad, this and that, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. And I believe we're also, yeah, next up, Mural Skies. Should be a nice looking one. Yes.
Yes, that's what I was thinking of earlier. Okay.
Yes.
Oh.
And this did have, you can change to light
Yeah,
or dark theme.
I believe I was a light theme here, but I think Meta went dark theme.
Yeah.
So there's no ground at all. So once again, taking a concept from an easy map earlier, but now you're thinking 1,000 times harder.
I thought this was a higher level. I thought this was expert.
No, I knew this was advanced. So this takes, once again, this is probably one of the best examples of puzzle solving and execution at the same time. And it also adds cycles into the mix, which means you have to think about when you're going to start, when you're going to end, and what, like, you can't like stall, because then if you stall and you're not used to that cycle, the moving switches were completely new, and the background's awesome, the music is awesome. This was just so fun to figure out and to execute when you got it right. I know this was something I personally got frustrated with, as cycles are something that are easily frustrating. And Meta was definitely better at the puzzle solving aspect than me, and in general is better at this level, but I do not care. I'm absolutely in love with this level.
And then can I just mention the because the dream blocks are moving, you have these times where you're moving up and down with them when you dash through.
Which also creates difficulty and puzzle solving in its own right.
Yeah.
Bringing back the jump crystals here.
Mm-hmm. These were one-time spawns, if I remember right.
This is probably really hard to golden because you're not on a cycle.
Yeah.
Death cycling, so I'm sure this is a very difficult golden.
Yeah, you have to wonder how much of this is like a planned cycle that they're doing, or if they're also
trying to
just
react
winging
to it. Yeah. Breaking convention here, but then right back to it again.
Mm-hmm.
This took me so long, dude. Holy crap! This took me like forever.
Yeah, the other cool part about it is there's just so many ways you can go about it.
Yeah, you and I never had the same strategy for sure.
Yeah, I know there were times where we would look at each other and like be trying to see what the other's doing, and it's like, yeah, no, I'm just gonna stick with. It's like the lizards in Into the Jungle. It's like, oh yeah, I have this lizard cycle. It's like, yeah, I'm just gonna stick with what I'm doing.
Yeah, exactly. It's just music. I love the theme because I like Evening Sky theme. So much fun to figure out. Really, really, and like some of the times I would just wing it and it would end up giving me a new outlook on something. It's just like I know there's a billion ways you can complete every single screen. This is and the only thing is it's going up against these open world ones again in a sense, but it just does everything so well that I think I'm gonna have to put it. Ooh, right. I'm gonna have to put it above Ancient Engine. I absolutely love this level.
I was also gonna put it that high. It's just it combines so many great things together, and it pulls it off. It really does. It's such a fun. It's a mechanical. Well, not really mechanical, but it's a good puzzle level that always keeps you on your toes because you really can't stop thinking mid screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, where Ancient Engine, you get time to like look at it and you know think about what you're doing, and it's still difficult even when you find it and then you still need to execute it. And then Mural Skies, it's just like you see the first key, that's all you get. You gotta just hit the first key and then wing it.
Yeah. So for the it seems like it's a small amount of content, but trust me, those like 4 screens are at an hour at least.
Mm-hmm.
For most people. So yeah, just so good.
Yeah. Next up is Neum.
This one, execution wise, I believe is insanely fun. We got ourselves the yeah, we got a lot of flinging, reverse extensions and things like that. Super fun to execute. I absolutely love doing stuff like this.
First instance, I think of dash blocks that stay where they are.
Oh yeah, I think so.
Interesting.
Everything's about the fling.
Yeah.
Everything's about going fast.
This I was not good
this screen
at.
This screen took me longer than it took you.
Yeah.
Because I had a huge problem. I had to use 3 fingers for this screen.
You did. Yeah.
I don't know why I was so bad at it, but I was. It took a really long time, and it was honestly kind of painful. But trust me, the map was still really fun.
Yeah, it's one of those things where looking back mostly, you can be like, it was such a cool experience to go through.
Yeah, and you feel really good after you finally get it.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely one of the more frustrating ones for me, but I still enjoyed it a lot. No custom theme, but does have custom music that fits very, very, very well. And some of the best flow sections in the game.
Oh, look,
a little bit more simplistic, though. A little bit more simplistic than a lot of the other ones that I'd say are like the flow, like the peak flow levels.
I think it's more on like the harder side of the flow ones.
Mechanic and execution more than using more mechanic. Like this literally uses like one slightly custom mechanic. It doesn't use any bubbles, any feathers, anything like that. Not a lot of dash refreshes, just simply like hard wave dashes timing. So I'm gonna put it probably
definitely like the hardest. I think that's definitely the hardest advanced map.
Maybe. You're probably right. I think I'm gonna put it in the very middle because I'm quite a fan of the type of difficulty that it was.
Yeah, I put mine behind Space Garden, which I think that's also my middle of those 5. Yeah, definitely of the flow maps, that's definitely like the last one I would suggest to people, where the others I think are more doable by like a more beginner level of those mechanics, where this one, it's frustrating when you go through it if you're kind of like at that level.
Yeah.
But definitely looking back at it, wouldn't mind playing it again just to be like, this is fun. Also, Klados, welcome in. Blizzard Klados has been going back through the B-sides. Right, I say back through, going through the B-sides for their first time.
Let's go. I'm happy that you've been inspired to do so. They're really fun.
Yeah, it's been neat seeing them because some of them I'm like, this B-side's really cool.
Is he streaming them?
Yes, he has been.
I've been following since May 3rd.
Nice.
That's a lot. No. Wait, how does this work? No, I'm not following. I'm following now. Congratulations. I don't know why I wasn't following you before, but now I am. So if you're streaming them, I'll make sure to hop in.
Yeah, it's been really cool watching you go through those. I didn't check what the name was.
Okay.
We are on the correlation.
I don't know if I remember this too well. Okay, so this has a base core mechanic of not refreshing your dash.
Yes. Theo's here.
My boy Theo. So this is core mechanics. I straight up core mechanics. I think it's just like core but harder.
Yeah, I think so.
With normal crystals refreshing both of your dashes because that's how it is on screen reset. Definitely something the meta would have been frustrated with.
Oh my gosh!
Nice to see some wave dashes being used.
that is probably a lot of people's reactions to this screen. Blizzard does stream. He will usually be streaming Osu or Splatoon.
Yeah.
Though he'll stream some other things every now and again, depending.
Platformers, Splatoon, and rhythm games.
Yeah.
And Super Smash Bros. Melee. That's one of my main.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you do.
If I'm at my dorm, that is, and I'm able to do so, internet providing.
Yeah, I did not like this map, or rather, I just don't like core mechanics. This was a tough screen.
You had a lot of problems with this screen, I think.
I think,
or maybe I did.
I think one of us did. I tended to be pretty good at like the bouncing in the ice.
Maybe you did better than me on this screen. I feel like I initially said it wasn't going to be hard and then spent a really long time on it or something like that.
Yeah, I think at its concept, it isn't too difficult, but you are limited on how many things you can bounce on. Neat little feather. I like that use of the feather there. This is more to my liking of these mechanics. Oh.
And we're back.
Yeah. Man, those core blocks are just tough in both forms. Neat little campfire room.
It's a core difficulty level, honestly. I'm probably just gonna slap it below.
I'm going below Northern Lights.
I think I'm going below. Space Jam Fever Dream.
Okay.
Just not enthralled by it, honestly.
Yeah.
I like the vertical room though. I will say I think the vertical room was done very well.
Yeah. It's one of the things where like I think I know where I want to put it, and then I look at yours and I'm like, great versus good. And I
also think I'm gonna move Rhythm Realm down for me personally.
I don't think I can have this in great.
I'm also gonna move this down even further because I just do not care for this map.
I'll put it in good. I'll move Madalena Jones down 1. Down 2. I actually think Battle and Black Belt is better. Yeah, I think that's a good. Yeah, so this is one mod pack. This is the Celeste Community Spring Collab mod, and I didn't count how many maps there are, but there are just a ton of maps. I think there were like 20 beginner, uh maybe not 20. There's a lot. And it's nice having the separation of difficulty so that, people from like any skill level can enjoy something from it. Um with the sequel Strawberry Jam on its way. But yeah, for one mod, this is a ton of content. Not to mention how many other mods there are that the game has. Next up, we have. What is next?
There is a sequel on the way.
String. Yeah. So actually, I could probably find it here. Here's the trailer for it.
And this trailer came out in 2021.
That is crazy. The neat thing about this initial room, this is like the same room that you start the spring collab in, but now it's just got like giant strawberries and jam and whatnot.
I'm so excited for this. Oh my gosh, man.
There's so many cool maps that they show.
Dude, you could have tested for one of these maps and I wouldn't even know.
Dude, the upside down map.
Oh my gosh, dude.
100
Dude, we're gonna be
plus
on this for like a
maps.
year. Dude, it took us a year to do beginner and intermediate, bro. I don't even know. It's crazy though that this amount of things, yeah, all that was in 2021. I can't even imagine what it's like now.
Yeah, like that's already like over 200 hours of testing in 2021. There's a lot. There's a lot.
Definitely will probably be the greatest thing the Celeste community will make for a foreseeable future.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm pretty positive we've dropped to the 2021 from that. Man, yeah, oh, it looks so good. It looked like it was only for
Just flip
portions
your
of the
monitor,
map.
Giga Chad.
What?
I said just flip your monitor, Giga Chad emoji.
Have like a keybind for flipping the screen visuals. Yeah, so many cool mechanics that it's gonna be such a good mod. What did we say was next? String.
String. I actually don't remember this by the name.
Yeah, I don't recognize the name. Oh yeah.
Yeah, this was fun. Dream blocks are always fun, and this definitely takes it. Okay, this had awkward angles though. I'm already noticing that.
Yeah.
Which at this level I'm fine with it. It's part of the difficulty, but I definitely know it can get frustrating. I think I was a lot better at this than you were.
I was not very good at this. Stringing Dream Block dashes together, I still struggle with it. Yeah, and some of these angles are not very forgiving. Wow, that is the shortest level ever.
Yeah, wow, that
I think that's 40 seconds. I think
wish
that's
that
shorter
was...
than most of the maps we've seen.
So for me personally, I actually would have put this very high. But because of how short it is, even shorter than Northern Lights, I can't really put it. But I just had a ton of fun with this type of gameplay. So I'm probably still gonna put it. I think I'm still gonna put it above Satellite, honestly. I think I'm gonna put it above Claustrophobia, and I'm gonna move Heaven's Outer Space down quite a ways.
It's happening.
It's happening. It's
not even a full minute.
Difficulty is just Heaven's Outer Space is super cool. Don't get me wrong, but as more difficult things come in, I'm just like I probably had more fun with them.
Yeah.
But who knows? Maybe I'll at least give it. I'll give it this. I'll give it above these
so this for me is gonna be above the Northern Lights, but it's gonna be a 7. And this is personal preference. I like Dream Block dashes, but this one, the angles were just weird, and that mixed with the length of the level. Now, okay, so like the run we watch, that was 40 seconds. Even the short ones, they took us a lot longer. Like we were on these for probably close to 20 minutes, if I had to guess, for that room, for that level.
For sure.
If not more. So like we do have to kind of wiggle room with that length, and I don't remember if there are really any strawberries in this map, now that I think about it, because that also plays a role. But yeah, very, very strange. Yeah, the thing, like, it has the weird angles mixed with you've just got to, like, once you do one dash, you've got to be putting in the next input. And I still struggle with that. I was just doing the chapter 2 D sides, and I was struggling with that same stuff of just putting in the next input quick.
So yeah, reminds me of something I believe we're gonna get to later. I'm not sure if it's a wave dash level or if it's a dream block level or it's both, but it reminds me of my favorite expert side level, which we'll get to in an undetermined amount of time, because that's gonna be a while, and I don't even know what it's called. So yes, I do. I see it down here.
Okay.
Or my second favorite expert level. Yeah, probably.
We'll see.
Either way, still very solid. I liked it a lot. Gameplay carried, but the theming and music were also good. The theming, nothing special. Other than that, it's just generally pretty because Celeste looks good, and then the custom music fits it well.
So this next level is probably also one we didn't care too much for. This is the Dark Core. Also need having
I think I went brighter visuals here. We always would split up, and I would usually do the brighter ones. But they're I might have gone normal visuals here. I'm not sure. I remember this room.
Yeah.
I actually kind of like this room. I like the whole thing of, like, you can see the whole puzzle almost from, like, when you're standing on this platform, but you still, like, circle around, and there's something on the other side.
I think you still had to do the second circle around to get to the berry room.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, that's smart. I probably didn't think to do that.
Honestly, a lot more fun of a mix of platforming than most core levels, in my opinion. And I honestly like the visuals for this a lot more than most core levels. I feel like this is how Tor should have looked.
Yeah, this is not that bad.
Yeah,
nice demo dash.
What a lineup.
Yeah, I think core blocks are the main. Like,
This
hate
was a
core
mechanic
because
that
of
was
it.
utilized in the other core level we looked at, but I think in that situation it was a lot cooler because you were forced to bounce on them a lot more.
I think there's another level later on that does it even more.
Refreshing dash instead of not refreshing dash, which I like better. Personally. To me, this is a lot of what core should have been. I don't remember there being a guy standing over there, but
Yeah,
maybe there was.
we definitely went to see that dude
Okay.
by the bonfire. Yeah. Video is a little loud. I will. I'll cut it in half. Sorry about that.
Yeah, honestly, for a core level,
not
thumbs up emoji from me.
Yeah, I think the big thing was its core style, but not the gameplay of core.
Yeah, and also I think it just boosts the visuals a little bit. What was this called?
This was the dark core.
Definitely a 7, and I think it's gonna go above Crystal Enigma, below Desolate Spire.
I um I'm gonna put this as my highest 7. I'll put it above string. Yeah. Yeah, really cool. I usually see core in the name and I'm like, I'm going to dislike this. But that was good. I think I'd enjoy playing that again.
Yeah, so do I. I think I would enjoy playing that again.
Docking at points, it did have one core block, so you know, it could have been better. Heart side, so
are you can go.
So with this mod, you have. I can actually probably switch to a gameplay scene to show where I'm at. If I have everything set up. Oh, let me click and hold. Please let me click and hold OBS. There we go. So the way this mod is set up, you've got a lobby with all of your you have like the different lobbies that you can switch to. You've got a gym that teaches you the mechanics you'll need for this difficulty. And then can I find a book somewhere? I'm actually struggling to find a book. And you've got the levels all scattered around. There's a book. And so you've got all the lists and then a map of the lobby. And once you clear each of the levels and get the mini heart from those, you can come back to the start of the lobby. Oh, there's a book right here. I'm stupid. And you open up the heart gate and you get a heart side, which is basically a slightly harder piece of each of the levels from that lobby.
All together.
Yeah, all put together in a
And
summit
so-
style level.
Since it's like everything together, it's kind of hard to rank. So they're just there.
Yeah.
The only reason why the heart sides for Grandmaster are here is because we're using them as placeholders for easy maps that don't exist in the tier list for some reason.
Yeah.
So, because we have not played the Grandmaster hard side, and we are going to be a long way from playing it if we ever do. So.
Yeah, that's probably. I wouldn't say it's out of reach with our skill level.
No, I don't think it's out of reach. I don't think anything's out of reach. It'll just be if we're dedicated enough to do it.
Yeah, like Grandmaster Heart side could probably be like a 12-hour thing for us.
Yeah.
Maybe more.
Yeah, for sure.
Because currently Grandmaster maps for us, it could be 40 minutes to an hour per screen rather than per level.
Yeah.
So.
No, yeah. It was like, I remember our streams, it was like beginner, it was like, all right, we can complete this in about a stream, or maybe we'll need a second one. Intermediate was like, okay, probably in about 3 streams. maybe we can get it done in 2.
Hmm.
Advanced was like, all right, we're gonna do probably a handful of maps per stream, probably
Yeah.
like 3 to 4 maps, maybe only 2 if we get something slightly harder. Expert was like, okay, we're hoping to get a map done per stream and maybe start the next one. And now Grandmaster's like, all right, let's hope we get done 2 screens in one single stream.
Yeah,
So,
we whenever we got like 2 screens in the first hour, we're like, wow, we're kind of going fast right now.
and then it was like, yeah,
Oh,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
then you
and
get walled.
then you get walled somewhere.
It's Millennia time. Yeah, yeah. It very much is just like it. It lives up to its name. Next up, we've got Toxic Sewers. Hopefully the volume should be better. Stick
Oh
to
my
my
gosh, I
B
forgot this
sides.
existed.
This I remember the heart side screen for
I think I do as well, maybe.
because it definitely gave us some trouble figuring out where we needed the jelly. I definitely liked this level more than you.
Probably.
I'm a
Honestly,
big fan
though,
of jellies.
a theme that I'm impressed hasn't been explored more.
Yeah,
So, yeah, really cool theming wise, and good mixture of puzzle solving and decently difficult execution. Definitely need to know your jelly vaders. So,
mm-hmm. Volume is perfect now. Thank you. Yeah, very cool. And with the
calm before the storm of this stuff.
oh yeah,
Although
definitely.
there's another one that's harder that is in the advanced lobby that will be coming up, in my opinion.
Definitely something where the color of the theming makes it really easy to see what you're doing because it never clashes with the colors of the mechanics that you're using, which is really good, especially as you get higher in difficulty.
Solid level all around. Difficulty challenge with jellies that, while they might not fit, the toxic sewers is a theme where a lot of the Celeste things don't really necessarily completely fit. So to do anything with it, you would have to put something, and so this was their thing of choice, and it was completely fine. I'm gonna put it right below Dark Side of the Moon. Solid 7. Definitely great.
For me, I'm gonna put it above Neum in 8. And this is definitely my bias towards jellies. Speaking, I just really like the flow of jelly screens, and it like even if you're going quick, you still sometimes get that little bit of time to think and see ahead and think up your next move. And then I just like green, so the level looked really good. But very fun gameplay when all said and done.
For sure.
Moving on to the next one, we've got Cave-In Cavern. This was like a castle-looking level, wasn't it?
I was gonna say this is what I was thinking of earlier when we were talking about.
Maybe I'm thinking there was like a toppling tower. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
I think you and I are thinking of the same level though. It's where you couldn't dash and like you had to like climb a lot through like very small spaces, but it was like old styled looking.
That's
I was thinking of that earlier when we were thinking about Madalena Jones, I think, and that's what I was getting it mixed up with, because I knew it was something like temple or old like exploration styled. Anyways, it's not that. So
yeah,
this is like just cavern, and then uses the falling mechanic to a really cool potential. Honestly, things like this were really awesome, especially for that strawberry.
Yeah.
So just really, yeah. Honestly, usage of a base mechanic that, but definitely takes it up to the next level with all the newer tech that you learn.
Yeah,
with
very
those
cool stuff.
semi-translucent platforms, more like one ways most likely.
Neat using the buttons
Honestly,
to
yeah.
hold,
Honestly, this
hold
is
those
an awesome
platforms
screen
up.
here. Yeah, an execution that was also kind of a unique thing. A little out of place, but unique nonetheless.
Mm-hmm. Have we reached Crimson Knight? Yes, we did reach Crimson Knight.
We can show you our.
Yeah,
our...
once we rank this one, we'll point out where we have Crimson Knight on each of ours. Also, hello,
usage of the screen wrap.
That is neat, like going up in the screen wrap to hit that the bottom block, I guess.
Dude, I love this part. I remember freaking simping over that screen.
Yeah.
That side of the screen.
S tier advanced for you. Okay. We've got different thoughts, but I think we still put it in a fairly good position.
Yeah, no, we put it high up. So we have 1 through 10 or a 2 through 10 because we're not going to give anything a 1. I don't even think we're going to give anything a 2 or 3.
Yeah.
He doesn't have any 4s. But anyways, we put it on the lower side of 8, but these are still all, like, as you can see, I have words for them, and this is incredible. So
yeah.
Believe it or not, I like almost everything in this mod. So
yeah, pretty much anything 6 and up for us, we're like, these are good. So
yeah.
But definitely 8 through 10 are the.
But I can totally Crimson Knight. I did say this when we were talking about it. I was like, in terms of theming and aesthetic, Crimson Knight is one of the best things in the entire mod.
Yeah.
So
it does what it wants really well.
Anyways, this takes base gameplay concepts and base theming, makes a new theme, because nothing was a base cave theme. It's like chapter 6 is like a green cave, right? Or like people were doing like magic caves, or then if it's a cave, it's usually red and it's core style. This is just a cave, which is boring, but at the same time, it's something we haven't really seen anywhere else throughout the mod or the base game. So I actually kind of like that. And once again, it just uses this base mechanic of, oh, things crumble, they fall, and makes way more unique puzzles with it, puzzle solving, but also the gameplay is still really flowy because you're going fast. Not that it doesn't, I wouldn't even use the word flowy, but it's just the gameplay is still fast paced and it doesn't feel like you ever really have time to rest. So, you know, it combines those puzzle solving aspects with execution really well. And overall, just super fun. Once again, gonna go with this entire execution and slight puzzle solving flowy mess here that is this part of the thing. But honestly, I like it a lot more than a lot of these just because of that. So I think I'm gonna put it at the top here of that.
Yeah, I think I'm probably gonna put mine under. Actually, I'll put mine right behind Crimson Knight. Honestly, I think it just does it really well. But I'm not sure. Oh man, it's making me rethink how many I have above that set of levels.
Yeah, that set of levels is definitely like a threshold. Yeah. I could even see myself putting it below this threshold of levels, maybe. No, I like it definitely better than all of these for sure. But it's where it places in here. It's definitely above these two. Where it goes after that can be kind of. I think I like it better than you. Yeah, I think I'm gonna keep it where I had it.
A lot of readjusting here.
Yeah, I mean it's been happening the whole time.
Yeah, so I've got it mid 8. Moved City of Tears down a little lower into the middle of those levels. Heaven's Outer Space lower than that, and then I moved Claustrophobia and Chill Out Mountain to low 8. I think I'm liking that spot for them. Dark Turtle, to me, top 1 Advances Crimson, top 2 Climb, top 3 Mural Skies. I've got Climb at the top and Mural Skies right behind it.
Yeah, you have spoilers, kind of. I'm not gonna give it away, but your 2 and 3 are the same as mine for advanced.
Mm-hmm. Psycon,
So,
welcome in. Happy belated birthday. I know that was yesterday. Hope that went well for
let's
you.
go. We are tier listing an entire Celeste mod, which has taken us 2 streams thus far, and it's still going to be a little bit longer.
Yeah. So this is like one of the big mod collaborations. So there's just a ton of maps, and we're watching through a video of someone going through getting the Deathless berries for each of the maps, and then ranking them. Since some of these we played like a couple years ago, so we're refreshing ourselves by looking at watching the map. I remembered I think you had mentioned it in one of Nerdy Dad's streams at one point, and usually when I see birthdays and whatnot, I put a reminder on my phone for those.
Yeah, Meta's like a super nice guy. It's weird.
Because
Also,
remembering birthdays is hard, so I always need reminders. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say, for context, anybody in that just came in, or just people who just came in and understand the difficulty levels here. We do have the Grandmaster hard sides in place of 2 easy maps that were not in the tier list. So we did not rank these. We have not even played the Grandmaster hard side.
Yes.
So just so you know,
Yeah.
those are just there as placeholders for easy maps because we don't know what else we would do.
Yeah, for some reason the tier list didn't have 2 beginner maps listed, so we used those. Yeah, hopefully your day went well. Next up, what was that one? That was Cave-In Caverns. We've got Dreamy Bluffs.
I'm trying to remember if I remember this. So obviously we're going to be using...
Just by the name, I can... Yeah, this is very beautiful colors.
I probably struggled with this more than you if I had to guess. But I'm a huge fan of wind mechanics and the free flowy... despite me being on a keyboard, I love feathers.
Mm-hmm.
And jellies are obviously really fun too.
Yeah, jelly vaders. So
not a custom theme, but it almost feels like one. Especially with the music. I really like the music.
Yeah.
I'm a huge fan of this room.
Blizzard does like wind mechanics, yes.
Yes, one of my favorite mechanics in the entire game. This is definitely my favorite room of this so far.
I think it has its moments,
so
but there's definitely... It's definitely one of the mechanics I'd prefer not to have.
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't understand that. I've never understood why people don't like them.
Couldn't beat the intro levels of this game. There's just a huge variety of difficulty across the game. So like everyone's at a different point. It definitely took me...
Such a cool screen.
I think we struggled a lot on this screen.
Yeah, for sure.
But I think it was more solving it. Solving where the jelly goes. Really cool guiding it through. But like to get to the level I'm at with Celeste, I think we both have probably close to like 400 hours in the game.
Yeah, for sure.
So it definitely...
I don't think it takes that amount of time if you we have a lot more time because we did a whole bunch of things around the same difficulty. I think
Mhm.
if you played one of the hardest maps from each difficulty and each skill set, then you can move on.
Yeah.
Like, and you could definitely learn faster. Really cool what it does with jellies. Yeah, no, really, really cool what it does with jellies. Love the wind parts. Unironically, sorry. Um,
I thought it used the
it
wind
looks
really
good.
well.
It looks good. It feels like a custom theme, even though it isn't. Um, dubs, bro. Honestly, really, I'm thinking of moving Crimson Knight a little bit higher up here, probably above Heaven's Outer Space. It's just gonna be in this mosh pit of all of these. But these are specifically ordered still. Um, yeah, this is really creative gameplay wise, and it looks good visually, and I like the music once again. Personal slight bias against Jelly, but I think this does it so well that I probably had a lot of fun with it. Definitely like it more than Lucid Caverns and Ferocious Sanctuary. Honestly, probably liked it better than Yume. So I think it'll sit right there. Really cool screens. I could honestly see myself putting it higher.
Yeah. It definitely is a thing where for having wind mechanics, it definitely utilizes it well and doesn't, like, the wind isn't the main difficulty of those sections.
No, I feel like this doesn't even have a main difficulty. Some things it's like base execution with wave dashing and wall bouncing. Other things it's with feathers. Other things it's with jellies, and other things it's with wind. And in the final screens, it's all three or all four. So it's really cool all around.
I think I'm gonna put it right in front of Sizzling Citadel. So a high 8 on my side.
Okay.
Mystic Gengar Dance. I see. I need to wish Biscuit a happy birthday as well. All right.
Yeah.
Birthday's all over. I'm sorry. Okay, next up, after that, we've got Booster in Orbit.
All right, I want everybody to take a long, hard look at this one. I want everybody to take a. So most bubbles in Celeste,
yeah,
you have time to think. I don't ever do that, but you do have that time. Imagine if you didn't have that time, and if the level looked insanely beautiful, and it had the best free-flowing gameplay you've ever seen in a Celeste map. Imagine that for a second. This is what you get. You get one of the best mechanics in the game with a custom mechanic on top of it, where the execution feels fast, satisfying, and everything looks amazing on top of that.
Yeah. So it
Just saying a few things I think about this.
So basically, the bubble, if you stay in it too long, it will just flat out kill you. So you need to manually move out of it as soon as you can, pretty much. Which really does force you to move fast.
Also, there's different ones that are slower, so you have to change up your timing, and it's all about reading. It's reading and then executing. Almost like a rhythm game.
Mm-hmm. And you can't just hold the direction. You need to manually click the dash button to get out of these purple ones.
Dude, I freaking love this screen.
This one was tough for me.
There was a rat back around for a strawberry there. I just want to point out.
Mm-hmm.
Nice little smiley face. Yeah, I got this map way quicker than you did.
Yeah, because you already manually dash out of your bubbles. I don't, so this was a bit of a learning curve for me. I needed to.
Although you're not forced to dash out of all of them, I will say. It's just the
purple.
Just the blue ones, I believe.
Yeah. Really cool.
Yeah, you can skip some of them. Just beautiful music.
I love
this
this
little
part.
mini puzzle. Yeah. Conserve your dash here. Conserve your double dash till the very end.
And then
Dude,
a neat little.
I wish this was longer. I so wish this was longer. But regardless of all of that, despite the small length, Meta knew this already because we had talked about it when we were on stream. But this is my favorite map in all of Spring Collab. I freaking love this map. Like it's just for me. This is one of the most fun mechanics in the game, and it takes us to the next level with how fast you have to think and execute. When we were playing this, I was just non-stop talking about how much fun I was having. That was like the only thing I could talk about the whole time. So, yeah, that's my favorite map in the game.
Yeah, for me, it's a high 10. It's behind Mural Skies, but it's such fun gameplay when you actually get into the flow of things, and it does leave you wanting more because it feels quick when you finally get it.
I think there could still be a lot more that could be done with it and combined with other mechanics and things like that. But I'm glad it was mostly just that mechanic, because I think that really brought out the usage of that mechanic.
Yeah.
Definitely my favorite custom mechanic, as I had mentioned earlier. Something else was my second favorite custom mechanic, and this is my favorite one.
The nice doppelganger.
Nice doppelganger, yeah.
Looks very demanding. It is. It kind of is.
For me, I didn't find it too difficult.
That's the struggle I was also having. Blizzard, because he did more on the speedrunning side of the game before we went to modded, already kind of had the muscle memory of like always dashing the bubbles. So
which, if you didn't know, you can wait for the bubble, or you can just press the dash button and it'll go immediately.
And so that definitely helped him just immediately have a grasp on the mechanic, where I kind of struggled. Sometimes it's like, I know I need to click, but I need to think. Like, I need to think about what I'm doing, and then I'm dead. So it was a lot of trial and error for me. But looking back at it, it was just so fun. Even during it, it's like, how can you not be having fun with just how the movement is in that?
Yeah, for sure.
After that, I was close. I said it was toppling tower. It's crumbling castle.
Really cool theme. Yeah, this is the one I was thinking of. With this room, this is the room I was thinking of. But I was saying you couldn't dash, and it was like, yeah, really, really, really fun. I remember after getting the grasp of what's gonna fall, you like, it's not too difficult, but I like the little mini story with it and everything like that. It just honestly a really fun dashless puzzle execution type mixed level.
Yeah, very almost Kaizo-like with the falling platforms.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of working around. It felt like you were you had to trial and error quite a bit of it. But in the end, I think it was fine because the screens weren't too long to where trial and error is making you go back.
Oh, I forgot about this. This was cool.
This is really cool.
This was actually really hard for me, though. I remember having a lot of trouble with this. Wait for those platforms to break. Really cool theming.
Using the bubble for the dash to get through the dream block there. Oh, this was cool.
Yeah.
There's like a mini puzzles to clear these blocks. I think they all crumble at a different interval, So
Yeah. Yes.
you really have to think it through.
Oh, I remember this music. I like this music.
Mm-hmm.
One of the top quarter tracks, probably, in my opinion. Really fits perfectly, and I enjoy listening to it while trying to solve the puzzles. It never really got annoying.
This is neat.
Yeah. Revisiting things is always cool. Switching between... Okay, this was a cool puzzle.
Yeah, this was tough. I don't think we ever really used that platform on the right. Because I feel like we had a lot more trouble with this.
Yeah, we probably took a while.
I'm sure we died off that spring too.
I think one of us did. Getting higher up, so now there's clouds.
Oh yeah, I don't even think I noticed that originally. You can do it. Got a seeker for some last bit of difficulty. Can't remember if there were any secrets in there. I'm pretty sure there was. Oh yeah.
Had to get a bubble because you cannot dash.
I completely forgot about this. Almost like a boss room.
Yeah. Was fun, but probably frustrating for me, and it probably took me longer than it did you.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely both struggled on this.
Yeah.
Just waiting for that long crumble time.
Nah.
Yeah, really cool. Probably like the most full story throughout one map.
Yeah, I think so.
Was Crumbling Castle. Oh, that was our last advance, and I can't select it. There we go.
So really interesting for having no dashes. Really cool custom everything. Yeah, really cool custom everything. For me, it's just with the lack of dashes, it's a lot less fun than a lot of these, and that's just personally because it has a lot less dashes. But don't get me wrong, it's still very well made and definitely one of the most creative maps out there. So I'm gonna put it right below Sizzling Citadel.
Okay. Kratos enjoy the sleep and lurk.
I'm actually gonna put it at the top of 7 because I kind of enjoyed the easier stuff more when it came to the dashless things.
Yeah, it's definitely
really interesting.
It's a thing looking at the
this
tags.
is a 10 for somebody. That's a 10 for somebody, just not me.
Like looking at the tags between great and incredible, and I struggle to give it an incredible. Can I pick this up? Thank you. I'm gonna put it behind Dark Core at the top of 7. I think it's a great map, just not incredible. Very fun though. I mean, really cool. Just full theming. Then you've got like the laser dragon boss fight. You go past the sleeping giant. then you re-enter into a different area and have like the mini seeker boss fight with the new puzzles. Really cool. Really well put together level.
For sure.
And I believe that puts us then. Can I see my mouse? Yep, that's the rainbow berry, which means we're at the advanced heart side.
That's what that platform was for.
Oh yeah.
Nice ultras. So advanced hard side. This is a space garden.
Yes, I think so.
Well done flow map. The amazing map that is above Celeste Peak aesthetically and with the curved bubbles.
Mm-hmm.
Right into Satellite, another one that is another good flow map but more vertical. Into
Oh, this is Crumbling Castle.
okay, I thought so. I just couldn't tell because it's going so fast. But you get your dash back. And now we're into Rhythm Realm
Yes.
with a theme of something else. I'm assuming is coming up next. I remember taking a long time on this screen. I think. Because this was a very long screen.
Mm-hmm.
Because I believe you go to the right and then
Into the climb.
And you didn't know there was a block here.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
here.
the third block. Yeah,
you didn't know it was there, and then right into Dreamy Bluffs, I believe.
No, this was
String.
String, yes.
Into Northern Lights.
That was the
without checkpoints.
This was the section that I really struggled on for some reason. I
think we both did.
I think it was getting the distance to the feather was the hardest.
I think you got
part.
it before me.
I think that was one that you had already finished it. And we might have ended the stream. This is so cool.
Freaking nice doppelganger section here is honestly the best one ever.
Yeah.
That's like the best nice doppelganger section in the whole game. And
really elevated the mechanic.
I remember I have a clip of you landing on a corner here.
Did I?
We laughed about it, yeah. So maybe that was... I'm not sure.
Yeah,
it's
hard to keep track. This
Haven Cavern.
Okay.
And this is Mural Skies, obviously.
Very nice.
Little mini puzzle there.
Into
for the finale with
Crimson
Knight, the best it can translate.
Yeah, it's weird. It doesn't fit the theme there.
And then you know what it is just by looking at it. It's booster in orbit. Into dash jumps, which are my favorite mechanic.
Yeah,
this
is
exactly impossible, and we talked about it earlier. This is super hard, especially to do at the end of all. Especially to figure out what to do. This took us a very long time.
Yeah, that was a difficult section, and then you still need to carry the jelly
straight
because it's this
into.
level.
Is this Dreamy Bluffs or Ferocious Sanctuary or something along those lines? Lucid Caverns, one of them.
That might have been Ferocious Sanctuary. No, I don't know.
No, it's not Ferocious Sanctuary actually. Well, that was Neum that we just looked at. I can't think of what it was.
Might have been Lucid Caverns.
Possibly. No other game has made me feel so older and adequate than this game.
To be fair, this is high level. Like, the base game gets nowhere close to this level.
Right.
Yeah, not even B or C sides get close to this, I don't think. Maybe 7B. just incredible. If we
A little bit of time, and practice goes a long way. Anybody can do this if they put their heart to it. I'm fully certain.
mm-hmm.
With Celeste's learning curve, it's just they design these levels in a way that, trust me, we couldn't have done this right off the bat. But as we worked our way up to it,
Absolutely.
yeah, I think anybody with enough time, obviously, the willing to put into it, can definitely perform stuff like this.
And I mean, could take more time for some than others, but
But thank you, yeah. But thank
yeah.
you. Definitely will take more time than some for others. Everybody learns at a different rate. Everybody learns different things better than others, as seen with me and Meta.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's still
But
some mechanics that like each of us can't perform as well as the other. When you hit 42, try this again and let me know. That's I don't know if we'll still be playing this. We'll be playing Celeste 2 at
we'll be
that time.
playing we'll be playing easier maps. The only thing that would be stopping me at that age is just finger pains.
Yeah.
But my skill level, be at 42, is gonna be the muscle emoji. With the advanced lobby. Okay, so let's write the hard side. This is the hardest one out of them all, and because of that, I'm going to rate it higher than all.
See, I'm not rating it because of how hard it is. I'm just rating it the highest because
Well,
I
because
mean,
it
look
has
at
the
the
most variety to it.
yeah, like look at the skew. Look at the skew. So
Yeah.
you've got now that we've completed 3 different lobbies, you can definitely tell on both of ours. Beginner is just like what 5 to 8. Yours is 4 to 8.
Yep.
Then you've got
Intermediate is 5 to 10, and then advanced is 6 to 10, with only 2 of them being in 6.
yeah, like it's
Or 6
just
to 11.
they keep skewing up, and it's hard not to. It's hard to have this many great maps and not have the heart side be the best. Like it's just pulling when you pull from that much greatness, it's gonna be good. But yeah, that
With that
is
being said, that is the
advanced
advanced maps done. I need to take another like 5 to 10 minute break probably before we continue, if that's all right with you.
that works.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go say hi to the fam because they just returned not too long ago. So
Okay.
and then I will be back. Yep.
All right.
See you after the break.
That means it is Minesweeper time. I accidentally double clicked that. Shrink that a bit. Okay, that's the right size. No, why did it double click again? This mouse. Oh my goodness. Sorry for the flickering. I'm trying. Can I? This mouse is driving me crazy. You know what I need to do? Where's my settings? Not there. I need to switch my mouse to where right click is my main. There we go. I'll keep that open. All right. Ryuji still wants me fixing that flicker. Skill can stay the same, but your brain reacts slower. Yeah, and I mean that's definitely a big reason why for like professional esports players. Wow, this is a horrible start. Like all the top players are young. Buttons are switched. There's just something about being young. They're just so much better at reacting for the games. Not a great start here. Not much I can do. It's definitely a thing where I I think I'll be able to I hope that I'll be able to keep my reaction up, but I don't know. Oh yeah, I guess you could doing like a ruler drop test type thing. I think I've seen something like that before. So it's one of these, two of these, one of these. I'm gonna click here. Okay. One of these means that's clear, which means these are mines, which means that's clear. This is clear. That's a mine. I mean, it's definitely it's definitely a thing where as you get older, there's probably less things that you need a faster reaction time for too. I mean, I guess if your hobby is playing games, then it would be nice to have higher reaction time. Um, Depending on what level of difficulty you go for. But I'm sure there's also things you can use to train to help improve that.
Yeah, there. I definitely won't be able to be as good as I am now, or at least as I won't be able to do screens as quickly as now, but I'll be able to do the screens still. I'm fully confident in that because
Yeah.
eventually you can get the timing down to pure memory, if you really wanted to. Skill helps, but ultimately at the end of the day, a lot of these screens we can do better the second time than we can the first. Like it's just.
I think it's
So.
also definitely a thing. Blizzard and I are very much the same in how we are competitively. We're both stubborn. we if we think we can do something, we'll probably hit our head against the wall until we do.
But I do agree that it would be harder at 42. We were actually talking about this
Yeah.
before stream, but with the whole when you're younger your brain can learn faster. So
Yeah, Blizzard was like, yeah, he was talking about the things he wants to learn, and he's like, I've got to learn it before I'm 30.
but it's true. I want to learn those things before I'm 30 because I want to be good at a lot of those things, or I want to be proficient at a lot of those things. Whereas it's not impossible to learn after that, but a lot more happens at that time, and at the same time your brain can't learn as fast, and so the things that you're good at are then a little bit more set in stone, or at least in terms of how much time it would take you to get good at something else. So
It's a weird curve of like you have less time, but you have more ability to do the learning. Where when you're older, you'll probably have more time, but it takes more time.
but listen, when we're if this website still exists, and if the circumstances line up, we'll revisit these at like 40 and see how we do. That would be kind of interesting. I'm
That
not
would
gonna
be
lie.
cool. And then we'll have to do a whole nother tier list. Like, wow, this map, this one's not it.
It's gonna be all like the dashless ones. We're gonna be like, this is so much fun. It's the perfect base.
Oh, That's fun.
Thank you for the good wishes, and I still believe that you could. It would take even if it takes a lot longer. Um, you could definitely do it if you put your mind to it. I fully believe that. I think you have that ability.
Mm-hmm. How many
What year?
years?
All right, so you got a set for me. So it's 4 months from my birthday until I'm 20. So then, so he'll hit 40 before me, but the requirement is baseline 40. So, if I'm 19 now, that means this will be when I hit 40. So you need to set it. Let's just say 21 years in advance, although it's a little bit less than that. So,
Blizzard is young. Yeah.
2044. Catch us back on stream, playing the Spring Collab 2020 again.
Blizzard just needs to double his age, and then he'll be ready.
You'll be 63. All right. Yeah,
I'll be.
Come on. You'll still be lurking Twitch.
I'll be 47 or 40. I guess at that time I'd be 46. Right? Yeah.
Something like that. I don't know. It's weird with the months. I'm not gonna figure it out.
Yeah.
Maybe it would have to be. It would be like mid 2044, I think.
Yeah, sounds like a plan. I'll go on the Twitch calendar. I'll set the stream. So
no,
that
it would be May of 2043. That's what it would be.
May of 2043.
Yeah, it's true. You'll be able to watch Twitch while you're retired.
I hope you're retired by 63.
Yeah. If you're retired, I was gonna say that. If you're retired by 63, good job.
Because I think like for my age group, retirement is 70. So
we'll see about that. We'll see. You don't even know I'm about to go crazy.
Yeah.
Everybody that gets married in my area gonna have me doing their wedding video, and I'm gonna be making bank. All right, listen, it'll be great. You have your investments all set up.
Nice.
Nice. Good job. I need to do that better than I have it now, at least. So.
Yeah, I've been looking more into that within the past year, and getting things in a more not secure way, but just like getting things ready so that I don't have to worry about it as much.
Yep.
So it's one of those things. It's a constant thought, I feel like.
Is your legit target date 63? It's just me. Oh, still very good, honestly. Nice work for that.
Hey, shoot for the meme.
Yep. And then you can play Spring Collab.
Yeah, that you could play with us. We'll
can play with us while we're 40 and you're 60.
We'll just get the full range. We'll be able to gauge the differences.
Anyways.
Yeah.
Moving on to expert.
Had the best idea. Let's hear it. Expert first map is going to be Starlit Grotto. I'll pause it.
Okay. While we're waiting for that. So this is the hardest difficulty we've completed every map in. And we have done a couple GM maps, but they take a while. So this is honestly probably where we'll start seeing the skew go lower again, because in my opinion, and I believe Meta would probably agree, an intermediate / advanced is kind of where the fun and difficult scale are the best balance.
Yes.
Here you're going a little bit more for the achievement and less for the fun, but there are still some unique concepts. My main thing with expert is it stopped relying on a lot of extra custom mechanics and started to go more for the raw execution of the base game mechanics.
Which there's nothing
So
wrong with.
there's nothing wrong with that, and it works for the difficulty, but it was a little bit less interesting a lot of the times, and relies heavily more on theming and how well it flows, and if it has any custom stuff still. So
Yeah. What about a retirement home that specializes in gamers? Like each room has a gaming PC instead of daily. let's let's
dude,
play dominoes.
that's actually a really good idea though.
I would love
Imagine you
that.
have like imagine you have like like retirement home leagues. Like imagine the retirement home Rocket League. I would watch that. I would watch the retirement home Rocket League tournament.
it's it's a fun thing, but you know, you say like dominoes uh as the I I love working with my hands, right? So I like building things. If my retirement home has building blocks and like Legos, and then they also have like board games, but not like your regular like I would say chess checkers. Chess isn't usually like a basic board game. But like your usually like your family board games. I'm talking like the more like group focused board games. You've got like a section with all of those, and then you have like the gamer section. You got your gaming PCs. You've got your consoles. Every controller you can need. You have the accessibility controllers for people that don't have the best motor skills, so they can adjust it how they need. That would be perfect. This
Good
is
idea. Go on Shark Tank.
playing games and building are definitely things I don't see myself losing as a hobby. They're just it's too much fun for me to think that I wouldn't have them throughout my life.
Yeah.
Got to make me like
Anyways.
beat a Mario level to get my medication. I don't know.
Yo, um beat trenches of jellies to get your medication. It's like, dude.
Every morning I wake up and I have to beat club step.
Now that, dude, me at 80, free. It's still gonna be a wrap. Trust me, bro.
Oh
Bro,
man,
when I'm 80, I'm gonna be rocking it on like Slaughterhouse, bro. It's free. It's a wrap.
you're gonna need like an epilepsy warning every
This is
morning you
true.
wake up.
This is true. 9 circles levels are off the table. Anyways.
Huge set of professionally painted Warhammer 40K models. That would be so cool. Even then, just having models for you to paint. Though painting models probably is not easy on the hands for older people. So by the time I'm in a retirement home, I probably can't hold a like a tiny paintbrush and pristinely paint a model, and that would probably just make me really frustrated that I can't do it. Because I'm sure when I'm old, I'll still be stubborn and be like, well, at one point in my life, I was able to do this, so why can't I do it now? Why is my hand shaking? What's going on with that? Huge selection
So
of Euro games like the truck driving. Sorry.
true. Simulation games.
Yeah, simulation games would be cool. All right, let's we can keep talking while we do
Yeah,
Starlit
we're
Grotto.
doing-
This was definitely one that I think was one of my favorites for expert.
we're carrying
The puffer.
oh my gosh, this took me forever to figure out a screen. I just remembered. Dude, one of these screens was insane.
The
It might have been
heart
this one.
side for it was also pretty insane.
Yeah, dude, remember this screen? I remember this screen.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. This definitely frustrating. Cool once you get it figured out, but I'm gonna say that probably almost all of them were gonna be frustrating for me. So,
This one, it's something
puzzle
where
solving, execution, decent theme,
yeah,
and you can go down.
just expert level puzzle solving was why I liked this one,
that's
because
fair.
at this level, there's not too much room for like the puzzle solving side of things, and I think this one did it well. I'm horrible at wall boosts, or I was when we
I
played
think you're
this.
forgetting a lot of maps when you say that, but I will agree that this is definitely more on the puzzle solving side than some others.
Mm-hmm.
And
And
that
then
definitely
also,
took us like an hour and a half or something at least.
yeah, also some gameplay in the heart room, which I don't think you really see before this difficulty.
Good. It's an expert map. I think it's probably one of the better ones if I had to remember. Um, I like the music. That's probably one of its stronger suits. But generally it's aesthetically good. I will put it. A lot of expert maps are going to get a higher rating than some easy maps and things along the same quality level, simply for the fact that if you make an expert map that has puzzle solving or that has things in general, you usually have to think harder about how to let it, number one, not be cheese, and number two, let it be visually complicated but still have the right thing. So like in general, I would say it's harder to design an expert map than it is an easy map, right? Like
Yeah.
because you've got to look out for a lot of stuff. So simply for the difficulty of design, these are going to be a little bit skewed higher than some easy maps, even if I don't like them more than the easy maps, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So that being said, I'm gonna put it probably at the bottom of great because I think it's pretty good
I'm
or pretty great.
I'm honestly gonna put it like a mid 8. Just looking back at it, I know I was frustrated playing this one, but it looks really fun. I think I may have been frustrated executing the level, but I think I enjoyed solving the level. And I think that may end up playing. I may be skewing towards that for expert levels because
Well, that's what definitely, like I said, it's the difficulty in designing them that I'm going to be probably getting more. For me, this is going to be the League of Sevens for me. I think,
mm-hmm.
with a few eights and maybe a nine, we'll see. So yeah, that's what. But for a same similar ish reason, but more on from the design perspective.
Yeah, yeah, definitely gonna be ranking them differently.
I can't wait to look back at the screen that took us 2.5 hours to solve. Because I remember it vividly, and every time we talk about it, you don't remember it. So I'm excited to.
Is this just right into the hardest? This is Electric
Yes,
Exuberance.
yeah. So this is the hardest, um, or second hardest if you're me, expert map.
Yeah, so this
There's
this
a lot
was
going
the
on
one
here.
with time changes with the rhythm blocks.
Yes. So yeah, so this is like you're watching this being performed super fast. This took us like 3 or 4 hours.
Yeah.
But honestly, fun to execute. The time changes make the base mechanic used way better. This is the best way that rhythm blocks are used in the entire level. Excuse me, in the entire level. Because you're using more as a timed execution challenge rather than grabbing the blocks all the time, which is a lot of what other rhythm levels do.
Mm-hmm.
So definitely the best usage of rhythm blocks in my opinion, and there's a huge puzzle solving aspect with it. A little bit harder because you couldn't figure out the puzzle solving without actually playing it most of the time, unfortunately.
It was a lot of
Because you don't know where the blocks would move.
you'd play a bit and then you'd go back to the periscope and look at the next section since you saw, and then you'd have to play a bit more and then look at the next section.
So a little bit annoying there. I kind of wish there was like a silhouette or something you could see where they were gonna go later. But overall, for its difficulty, this is probably one of my favorite expert maps. I had a lot of fun with fast, demanding execution.
Mm-hmm.
Meta had a lot of trouble with this end.
I'm not. Hold on. All right. So I didn't having that dash was tough. I don't even think I did that dash. I didn't realize there was ground. that you could touch. I just thought it was all electricity. So my mental was like all over the place, thinking I needed a dash for that lower section. Yeah, just really, really tough timings, I'd say. Like, you see this first try on everything, but this is all really tough to get right.
Yeah. Probably one of the better expert maps for me, but it's hard enough to the point where it could get frustrating, and learning it was a little bit less fun because I had to play it at times, which I wasn't a huge fan of. Definitely, in my opinion, either the first or second hardest of the expert maps. So probably gonna go right below. It's gonna go above this. I'm gonna move this here. And I think that's where it'll stay. It's above Toxic Sewers, below Desolate Spire. The theming was once again, it's because there's so much going on, you don't really have room to theme it. It's just a bunch of blocks in the air with some electricity and this like Neo City vibe, which I think does fit it. But and once again, design wise, just a masterclass. I mean, you have to be masterclass in order to design something this complicated, I think. But you know, it loses a lot of points in aesthetic and theming and things like that, just because it's all for difficulty. So
I'm gonna put it between String and Crumbling Castle in my 7, which was pretty high. Same points go for it. It's difficult. I think the way it was described to us when we were playing it, it was usually being described as like a GM light map, and I can definitely see that. It's definitely harder than the maps it's grouped with, in my opinion. I think I know which one you're.
yeah, you know which one I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know which one, which to me doesn't rank like that, but yeah, no, definitely difficult, but we both tend to get that satisfaction when you complete something really hard. So it felt really good.
Like I said, I like going fast, so for this being like semi-timed, sometimes fast, sometimes you gotta wait a little bit, you gotta just time everything out. That was fun. It was just the only thing I honestly think this would probably be a low 8 for me if I was able to look at the whole screen and theorize it instead of have to do some of it first.
Yeah, I can definitely understand that. All right, moving on. That's a strong, it's a heavy start. Going to Switchback Station. Okay, back to the platforms that only move once when you touch them. Also had the
Forming challenge and girders, which I just like the look of.
Yeah, then you've got those springs that only activate when you dash.
Reminds me of some 1D stuff.
It does kind of look 1D.
This actually looks really fun.
Yeah, I remember that section being
this room.
tough getting the timing for, but very cool. This also does play into like the puzzle aspect of rooms.
Also, pretty big fan of this music. It's not in the it's probably like even top half of the mod if I had to make a guess. It's relaxing, so I can listen to it for a long time, but it still has that little upbeat that you kind of need. Oh, this is smart.
I did not know that was possible.
Yeah. I don't think this will be this. I love this room. This room took me forever to figure out, and especially if you want the strawberry, it takes even longer to figure out, but man, was it cool. We sat here looking at this room for so long, but it was learnable. It's learnable if you're smart. Now, granted, I wasn't smart enough to learn it, but it's learnable if you're smart, and I know Meta and I did do this in 2 separate ways, which makes this even cooler.
Yeah. The fact that you have a level this high in difficulty that can be done multiple ways is really cool. Oh, I love this
Oh my
one.
gosh, this is amazing. Dude, yes. This is one of my favorite single screens probably in all of Spring Collab.
Yeah, I could kind of agree with that.
It's really hard to explain this without it, but basically you need to open the doors, which means all of these need to be activated all at the same time. And so there's like a billion different ways you could probably do this, but it's basically going through this entire loop where you don't want to lock yourself in or out and still be able to open the thing at the end regardless. So that takes a long time to figure out, despite how easy the speedrun makes it look.
Yeah, because like once you activate one of them, you have the ability to go backwards through it, and sometimes you don't want to do that, depending on what you need open. Yeah, very good puzzling for the mechanics. Very nice.
Very fun fling at the end. Forgot this existed. Probably gonna be my first 8 for expert. I really enjoyed this. Conceptually, aesthetically, it's nothing special, but I have a bias towards this aesthetic, so yeah, just super fun to figure out, super fun to execute. We did multiple different screens in multiple different ways, and just for that, it's just really well made. Honestly, gonna get a probably a mid 8 here for me. Gonna put it on. Wow, I'm actually gonna put this pretty high. I actually think this was kind of sick.
Yeah, it's for me, it's gonna be my highest 8. I think it deserves higher than blast processing.
I think I'll put it right between Serene Skydive and Claustrophobia.
Okay.
I'll actually put it above Claustrophobia. I'm gonna stick it a below string for sure. Super fun to figure out and execute. Takes a while, probably some frustration, but definitely less frustrating than the other two we've talked about so far. So yeah.
Yeah, the frustration was more. I almost feel like most of the frustration was trying to figure it out and then maybe like holding onto a block too long or something, or having like tight timings on some of the faster moving blocks. But man, that vertical screen, I'm so seeing that again, and I was like, that was fun. Like, it was fun to play, it was fun to solve. It was just a really good screen. Just a really cool level. Next up is Ultra Sandwich. I don't remember this by name.
Oh, I remember this. It is what it says it is. So you learn how to Ultra Dash.
Okay.
Difficulty challenge using that classic final screen farewell music. In a cave setting. Really interesting. Combining mechanics with also going very slow at the same time and being in between. Like screens like this were actually really cool to play and figure out. And the cave is not tinted red. Thank you, because I do not like the look of the cave tinted red. So here is the screen that I was talking about. This screen took us 2.5 hours to figure out.
Yep.
I just think it was way too hard, to be honest. It was such awkward angled stuff, and for some reason it was just super hard for us to initially figure out. We definitely did not do it that easily.
No.
We backtracked like 2 or 3 times. It doesn't even use ultras in that screen, which is a bit weird considering the theme of the level, but I guess that's fine.
This
this
is
is full
definitely
screen,
this is definitely a map where if I was 40,
but
I would not be able to
yeah,
beat
no,
it on a
no.
replay.
Yeah, no. Yeah, Kevin's just not my thing, but granted, I still think it's pretty cool given the timing-based challenges, which I'm always a fan of, and I love the rising lava, and that's my favorite core mechanic for sure, is the rising and lowering lava. So
That specific screen was really cool. I actually did like seeing that back. I could probably that was probably really the most enjoyable part of that map for me.
yeah, gonna put it. It's really that one room that took us a really long time to figure out. That's taking the quality down. I still think it's pretty decent, but I'm gonna have to stick this probably just as my highest 6 because I still think the ultras and especially the first room looked really fun. And
So
after that, you're kind of
it's
gonna
a
move away
thing
from it.
where I was initially being like, for a map named Ultra Sandwich, that doesn't have much ultras. But then I thought it is exactly what it says. It's an ultra sandwich. You have a couple ultras at the start, and you have a couple ultras at the end, and then the rest of the level is sandwiched in between. So I think looking at it in that vein, that is kind of neat with the naming.
It's true.
For me, it's probably gonna be right behind Mossy Caverns in 7. So a low 7. The difficulty is kind of all over the place. Not a favorite level. I'll put it as my lowest 7. Ooh, was it? Yeah, it's still above Desolate Spire. Desolate Spire, though, I'll move to a 7. I'll move it from top of 6 to a 7. Still just a really fun use of the mechanic it introduces. I think it deserves a little better in that sense. Moving on from there.
I am gonna move Starlight Grotto down to the highest 6.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm. No, I'm not. Never mind. All right. The first screen of Ultra Sandwich I really liked, and that's why I was like debating. But then I was like, the rest of it still exists. So.
All right, we are on to Cycle Madness.
One of the most frustrating ones of the entire mod, but honestly, pushes a base mechanic to its limit.
Yes.
Or not to its limit, but very close to its limit, because somebody will always make something harder. This is, in my opinion, probably the third hardest expert map.
Yeah.
If I had to think.
And it's a different kind of puzzle, right?
Yeah, for sure.
It's
dude, this was crazy.
We did this a lot faster though.
Yeah, no, we would just like freaking go.
Because this is another thing where once you learn the pattern and you find the safe spots, you can then start pushing things a bit further.
Yeah, for sure.
I loved this section. This section I think I got
this
like
section
2 tries.
Yeah, you were going crazy.
Now for the definitely the harder section of the level.
This took us like, I want to say 2 hours or something though.
Probably. Yeah, so this was definitely the first level we decided not to go for strawberries that we could clearly find.
Because they were actually insane.
Yeah, some of them required backtracking through all of this after you cleared some of the stuff. And for us, it was just not worth the time.
2.5 hours then, we're like, no. Which is very, let me tell you something, it had to be really hard for us to not go for strawberries. Like, that's a crazy level of
difficulty.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it was a mixture of the difficulty and the time sink. Like this. Well, that one we might have gotten, I don't know. No, because I think this clears the purple. Or pink,
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah. That's why, because there was extra platforms you could stand on at points, and we're like, why are they there? And then we figure out later that they exist because when you come back, they will not be there. And it will make them harder. Absolutely crazy.
Entire video makes you sad. This is... I think this was another room. I think I got a lot quicker.
Than me. Yeah, probably.
There's certain patterns that I feel like I recognize a lot easier than others.
Yeah.
This is definitely a stressful level for the couple hours that we played. The Oshiro sections were painful.
This is probably my favorite section, I will say, because I love Oshiro screens.
Oh, this was so cool. I think this was a section I struggled with.
The final screen? Yeah, I think I actually got this one before you. One of the few ones that I did.
Yeah. The main issue for me definitely was the Oshiro cycles rather than the Dust Bunny cycles.
Yeah, I had certain ways to do the Oshiro cycles.
Oh, they're going top route. Oh.
I believe I also went top route. Can't remember. I think we went different routes though. So this is good for pushing the mechanic. But I mean, I just don't care for chapter 3 stuff. So regardless, it's impressive nonetheless, but for me this is just gonna go into a top of average because it's just there. It's just there to be hard.
I'm gonna put it at the bottom of 7 because this is a level where if it wasn't in a co-op setting, I think I would go for everything because I feel like this is the usual kind of the style of difficulty that I like pushing myself in solo content. Because it's not...
Hey, go for it, man.
It's not mechanically heavy, right? It's a lot of timing-based stuff rather than I need to click really fast and switch which direction I'm holding. I think this is more my style of difficulty if I have the time for it. Where I know you're more on the mechanical, faster pace. Like you want to be moving.
Yeah, for sure. So, yeah, I don't think it's a bad level. I think it's just there. And once again, I'm saying this because I'm rating experts so low. This does not make them bad, and they're arguably harder to make than any other type of map before this because you have to think so hard about how to make it difficult and how to make it not cheesable. But for me, the fun factor is still a big part of it, and the originality and theming, and a lot of these drop the ball on that simply because they have to. And this is just one of those cases where I'm just like, it's just not my mechanic. So for me, it's a lot of personal opinion in the for the 5 pick, but at the very least, it's at the top of 5 and it's pretty close to being 6.
Yeah. Games you excel in are games you can read about. Reading's your superpower. For me, I'm usually more of the style of wanting to test my limits. And so that's why with like the Souls games, I'll do the no HUD. And honestly, with a lot of first playthroughs, I like doing no HUD now because it makes me think about the systems a bit deeper and try and get a more full understanding of how everything works together. That's usually how I prefer to tackle things. Let's see, what is next? We've got subterranean exploration.
I think I remember this.
Speaking of something more Blizzard's pace.
Yeah, there's some more raw mechanics.
What was the reason
Coming
for
back
looping
through,
back?
you get a double dash. You get double dash on landing after you
Go through
pass
the
through.
thing.
Yeah.
That's right.
So this was actually, this gets even more creative with its usage in it. And the rocks are slightly red, but they're not as bad as some other levels. I'll give it a pass, but I'm still not a. Still not a. I don't know what it is about red rocks. It's not my thing.
Yeah, it's definitely neat
I thought this screen was cool.
having like a good way of reusing areas by just adding another dash or taking it away.
Yeah.
I can guarantee you went into that demo spot. At this point, we were looking for things like that.
We'll move back through here when we. I remember this screen. I remember this screen. Yeah, dude. This took you a really long time.
Yeah, but this wasn't one I was frustrated at, I don't think.
Okay.
I just couldn't.
Yeah, I just remember. I remember it took me a lot, not a lot less time, but a decent amount less time than it did you. I think this was one of the fastest screens I ever did. Like in terms of like you like randomly like bring out a superpower and get a really hard screen super fast. I think that was one of the few times that I was able to gain that superpower, if I remember.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I solved it quickly and I executed it quickly as well. So big ups to me for finally doing that after all this time.
Yeah, it was really neat because in a lot of these maps, I feel like this was where we really saw what each other excelled at. Seeing like,
sure.
okay, you solve this section, and then I'm waiting for you to, I'll like get further, and then I'll solve the next section, and sharing that info because you were going off of one person's strengths.
Yeah, for sure.
What was that? That was subterranean exploration.
So, yeah, with this concept, I think it was super fun to play. And this is gonna get, I think this is gonna get another 8 from me. I would agree that it's on the easier side, which means that the execution was still fun to do. Base mechanics, but also a slight amount of puzzle solving with that dashback. I love the room that you loop around twice. That was so much fun. I had so much fun with it. Some jelly stuff in general, just really fun to play, and definitely just right at the threshold of all of the really fun advanced flow maps. So
yeah, I put it at the end of my 8, a low 8. It's definitely something where it looking
and
back,
it's not above Heaven's Outer Space. It's not above Heaven's Outer Space either.
Looking back, it's just a really fun use of that mechanic of switching if you have 1 or 2 dashes, and I think that's just really good for like an expert level, that it made a custom mechanic really fun to use, since you can't necessarily always rely on that to happen. Let's see, what do we have after that? This is the part where it goes a lot quicker than I thought it would, just because expert maps took us forever to do, and then we just need to watch like a 2-minute video on it.
Yeah.
Next is Olden Town Ruins.
I've also been informed that I have to go a little bit after 6. So, but I could probably be back a lot quicker. So if you wanted to like do something in the meantime, and then we could continue later, and you just never don't end stream,
Mm-hmm.
or we just take a break where we just leave the stream up, I think that would work.
Yeah.
If you're chill with that.
Yeah, I'll figure something out.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, I was only informed of that a little bit ago.
No,
and
that's
so
all
I
right.
just didn't have the time to mention it yet. Either way, I remember this, so that's something. I like dream blocks, they're fun. This was really hard because of the thing we were talking about earlier with old reaction time and stuff like that, where you had this screen was so cool. You had to everything was really hard because it was a fast input out of a dream block.
Yes.
But I think this took dream blocks to their mechanical and close to their puzzle limit, with just base mechanics, which I thought was really cool. I really like listening to this music. This screen was even cooler than the last one. I think a lot of these I got faster than you, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. It was something. I think I got one of them before you, because I think
I don't know. One of the
it came down to once we figured out like the consistent dream hyper method of just like
yes,
locking.
right.
in the
Oh,
inputs
this had
right
dream
away.
hypers. Okay, that's yeah.
Once we figured
That's
that out,
right,
it was better. I still struggled a lot with some of the other jumps, like those reverses. We both
Yeah, this was a
struggled
really
lot with.
long and difficult screen. I remember it taking both of us a really long time, but I definitely had yeah, definitely did a little bit faster. Yeah, okay. Honestly, the creativity of the two like almost open world mini backtracking screens were like super cool. Like I really like this, and I like dream blocks, and I like fast stuff, and I like dream hypers. So, and the music is definitely one of my favorite ones to listen to.
Yeah.
Not like an absolute banger, but I could see myself listening to it for a long time. It sounded really nice for the bit that we heard it. So, yeah, this was Blank Dreams.
This was Olden Town Ruins.
Okay, Olden Tower Ruins.
Which
So this is the
I'm
top
not
of the
really
party.
sure the name fits.
I can see it. I can see it. Old site, old site style, old tower, and then like the ruins. So it's got the dream blocks and stuff like that. It makes sense to me. Definitely more on the fun side. I'd honestly probably put this right below Sizzling Citadel. It has that same flow as Sizzling Citadel. It's just a lot harder, and sometimes it's not as fun. But on the more exciting side for execution wise. So
I'm gonna put it right behind Dark Core at a high 7. I don't think it quite gets to an 8 for me. I like Dream Hypers, but it was a huge mix of like really thin Dream Hypers, and you have to like tap jump out of them into almost like an immediate reverse wave dash into another Dream Hyper.
It hurt my hands. This is gonna be the hurt my hands one. Now, granted, all like the whole time my hands were hurting when we were doing these for a while, but definitely the things where you're reversing directions a lot in quick succession. So anything that's reversed, or just a lot of hyper inputs, or a lot of hyper inputs. Down, right, down, left, down, right, down, left.
Yeah.
That is the most taxing thing on my hand because that's going between index and ring. And when I activate my ring finger, that's usually that's why things hurt. But that's not the fault of the mapper. So just figured I'd put that in. Like this definitely was probably one of the more painful maps for me.
Yeah. I think for me, it can't go any higher than a 7 just because of how.
Yeah, you're biased against the general mechanic.
Yeah, it's just so many inputs per second, I guess, that I can't put it in an 8. That was a Dad Bod map. Just a note. Dad Bod makes some good levels.
Yeah, he has some good flow in his levels, especially the other one we had rated. Ferocious Sanctuary.
Oh, yeah, I should. What's the name of this one? We've got Watertown. Just a regular B-side
So
track.
aesthetic is awesome. I
Mhm.
freaking love the look of this. Probably one of the best expert aesthetics we've seen so far. Uses clouds, which are one of my favorite mechanics, and some jelly puzzle solving, which I know I struggled a lot with. At this point, I was getting pretty good at jelly vaders, so I was definitely
Yeah, this
um
this one
was definitely
definitely was later on in our expert stuff.
yeah. So I was probably better at it, but still not as good as you. But at this point, I'm like I would come back to this and probably enjoy it. I thought this room was cool. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, honestly, banger song, amazing aesthetic, like one of my favorites in the entire mod, honestly. Hypers, clouds, fun jellyfish screens, because there's a difference. You know, I can, and because a lot of these are based on throwing speed and things like that. This one was freaking cool.
Mm-hmm.
Just yeah, honestly, really, really good. Remembering a lot of these more fondly than I played them, which makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Neat custom
Sort of a
like
quick one, but
factory background type thing
oh
on
yeah.
the mountain. That's really cool.
So yeah, that is Watertown. Honestly, man, I forgot about this, but it was very cool. Probably gonna go right below Overgrown City for me. So just right below Subterranean Exploration, but very very good. Honestly, very solid map. More eights than I thought I would have, so that's good.
I'm gonna put it as my highest 7. I don't think it does enough to be an 8 for me.
For me, the aesthetic is definitely, I think, carrying it to the 8th spot. Because it has one of my favorite looking, it's one of my favorite looking ones, for sure.
Yeah, for me it was a high 7, and the aesthetic like nails its spot into the top of 7. But I've got
Yeah.
Subterranean Exploration as my low 8, and I don't think it's better than that for me. Hey, Scarlet Cyro. Welcome in. We're about halfway through. Yeah, halfway through expert lobby right now. Going through. We're just watching someone else playing the silver and goldberry stuff, since we've already beaten all of these. Next up is Ligament. Yeah, we're rewatching them, so we don't need to replay hours of content.
So, I had been remembering this for a very long time because this is extremely memorable. And one of the people that used to often visit us when we were playing through this mod pack loved this map. And I can absolutely understand why. This is one of the most creative maps out there in terms of the usage of mechanics in a way that you would never think of before.
Mm-hmm.
Took a very long time for us to figure out, but it was always really interesting to see it figured out.
Yeah.
Things like jumping out of the water, juggling jellies. Definitely something that I look back on. I knew it took me a while and it got annoying at some points that it took this long, but things like figuring out that strawberry and other things like that were just I give it this gets a lot of creative points versus fun points. Not that it was unfun, but that's not the main focus here. The main focus here is on the puzzle solving and just how incredibly creative it is to go through this level and figure out what to do. And I also kind of like the really desolate and quiet type.
Yeah, it just seems kind of gloomy.
Yeah. But it kind of fits.
I feel like this was one of the first ones we really had troubles getting the jellies to land in the right place. Maybe I'm thinking Trenches of Jellies.
I was a huge fan of this screen.
Yeah, this was
Although
really cool.
I remember us getting really frustrated at the dash angles and the blindness of it.
There were definitely some
So
things where it's just
yeah,
like something like
I
that.
think we were actually calling this the worst screen at the time. But looking back on it, there's something
It's
about it
really
that I just
cool.
really like. Um, this screen was cool.
I liked stuff like
I
this.
remember this. We did this 2 different ways, and you did this faster than I did by a semi-significant margin. Again, just thinking about everything in a very creative way.
Mm-hmm. I do not remember that.
I do. That was pretty cool.
Least favorite. Oh,
and
this
is
screen.
the screen. So
yeah, this existed.
So, I think we have very different opinions on the screen. This is one of the coolest screens ever. I found this super fun to figure out, super fun to execute as it was a lot of timing-based things, and it's vertical. This was about half of the time of playing, and I am completely fine with that because I thought this was one of the most fun execution and somewhat reaction challenges because a lot of this towards the second half I was able to kind of wing, but at the same time it's still like you got to catch the jelly at the right time, your execution tested. I just thought this was super fun to figure out and execute all together, and it's just honestly it's one of my favorite screens in all of Expert and Spring Collab in general.
It yeah, that sure was a screen. I didn't hate it, but there were just some angle figuring it out was really fun. But there were just some angles and stuff that I did not agree with. Mixed with some deaths late in the screen through what felt like no fault of my own, but probably just like very slightly off what I needed.
Gonna slap this for the final screen, basically. Mostly it would probably, if it wasn't for the final screen, it'd probably be below Watertown, but for the final screen I'm gonna slap it above Subterranean Exploration because I think that final screen was just super fun, and in general it was just really fun to figure out. Frustrating at times for sure, especially with the descending screen where it's a lot of blind jumps to figure out, I won't lie, but when executing it, it was pretty fun. And then a lot of the other stuff is just figuring it out was really cool.
Mm-hmm. I put mine at the top of 6. I can't justify it going above Cycle Madness. It just it had fun parts, but I think it was kind of on the weaker side. I don't know. For jelly screens, it was a lot. Not to say it's bad, but I don't know. I think there's better jelly levels.
I think this for me might be the most disagreeable opinion out of everything. Like that's just like, bro. That was like peak jelly level, man.
It was cool, but I don't think it was great. Let's catch up. Olden Tower Ruins was your favorite. Least favorite was Watertown. Where's Watertown for me? High 7. Olden Town Ruins slightly behind it. Gameplay was absolutely miserable. I can understand disliking it, but I thought it was. I think you also have it pretty high. Yeah, you've got it at an 8.
No, I love it. Dude, it had clouds, bro. I love clouds.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty cool.
I think clouds are a mechanic that people don't grasp easily, and for me, it's not hard at all.
For me, that's jellies. Dark Turtle, on the other hand, saying Ligament is one of your favorite expert maps, definitely top 3. Scarlet hasn't played it.
Opinion. I believe it will be landing, if I had to guess right now, from what I remember, it's going to be landing in 4th. I think I'm gonna have two things above it, but I'm not sure yet. Like I forgot about Switchback Station entirely, so you never know.
Mm-hmm. Figuring stuff out is your least favorite part. That's so much because I say I'm less mechanically skilled. When we played these, I was less mechanically skilled. I think we're closer to even now.
Depends on the skill.
Yeah, it depends on the skill. But
I'd
I
say
think
you're in general better than me, but I think there's a few skills I have over you.
But my puzzle solving aspect is much better than my mechanical skill, I think. And so figuring stuff out is a huge strong point for me. One specific timing in it that made it so unfun. Yeah, that's usually, those are things that I look at, where either timings or which one was it? Was it Olden Town Ruins? With Olden Town Ruins, just so many
Tower Ruins.
Sorry, Olden Tower Ruins. So many quick inputs that I disliked it because of that. So it was less of like timing. I guess you almost always had to do like the inputs right away, but for me, it was too much. Moving on from there is Thunder Temple. Also one I don't recognize.
So this is going to be probably my top. This is freaking amazing, and I absolutely love this level, and it is definitely the most memorable expert level in my opinion. It has a theme that nothing else has done so far, which is a sand theme, and if you know me as a person, this is one of my favorite themes, and it's just all a bunch of wave dashes and dream hypers. With a
I do remember this.
This was my I solved it in 3 minutes thing, and in my opinion, it's the second easiest expert map behind New Jank City. I absolutely destroyed this map.
Yeah.
You could also, it had this weird thing where you could like hit these. It was just so cool. You could like hit things inside of the dream blocks and reverse your direction, and it took what Space Jam Fever Dream did and put it in a level where I was actually interested in it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like I said, I absolutely tore through this level, but I had so much fun doing it. I think I actually rebeat this, maybe?
Did you?
I can't remember. I feel like for some reason I had rebeaten it, or I had rebeaten a whole screen of it or something like that, just because I wanted to, because I was just having that much fun with it. I loved this ending, although there was an awkward angle here with that drop off and shoot back up, but still,
yeah,
just something that you don't see anywhere else in the hack. A mechanic that's explored better than it was, in my opinion, in the easy screens. Now that's once again, you're just a difficulty thing, and really nice theme, really nice song, extremely fun to execute. Has a slight, like, you can't just go into it without figuring anything out, but you can look at it like once or twice and be like, all right, I got it, which I do enjoy. I do enjoy my puzzle solving, don't get me wrong, but that was fun. Thunder Temple is the best expert map so far. Yes, it is. I am going to be putting this as, where is it? As probably a high 8, right above Switchback Station.
So I put mine right behind Switchback Station. I like my puzzles, but this was still really strong.
I think in terms of fun to execute, this is one of the best maps in Spring Collab, and it's once again one of those things where I just point out a very specific thing that I think something does well. There's a bunch of maps all throughout here that have a 10 in some type of aspect of it, and this is one of those. In terms of execution and fun, I think this is
really good.
A 10 out of 10. A 10 out of 10 for me. Yeah, theming is definitely strong. Wouldn't be a 10 out of 10 for me, but it is definitely 8, 9, probably a high 9 in theming, just for the uniqueness of it.
Yeah. For me, I agree. on like all the execution stuff, it definitely ranks highly there. But I think puzzles for me are weighted a bit heavier, and so I think it's
I'm actually gonna
behind
put this at the top
Switchback
of 8 above Northern Lights and String because it was pretty fun.
Station. Okay. Oh, that's right. You have those a bit higher than me, don't you? Where's my Northern Lights? Oh, those are both sevens for me.
I'm also
Um,
gonna probably move some expert maps down here, because they're kind of hard. So we'll do that. No, I won't do that. Actually, we're gonna put this here. I think that's
you've got
closer
your
to where
first
we can.
third row.
Yeah, a lot of eights. A lot of eights.
Mm-hmm. 7 and 8 are
But there's a
very
lot of
well.
advanced.
Yeah,
Just chilled eight.
your sevens aren't very high compared to mine. Yeah, just so many good maps. Moving on, got a cloud level. Major malfunction. Cloud and electricity, if I remember right. Oh, this was the one that really utilized
All right.
the cloud tap jump.
In terms of how fun it is, this is probably like one of the highest ones for me. This is like super fun.
I
Dude,
really
I love
enjoyed
double
these.
jumping on clouds.
Yeah.
Holy crap, so much fun.
Yeah, the cloud wave dash, really fun.
Yeah. There's a strawberry on the left side of the screen? No?
Yes.
No,
yeah, I do remember that.
Oh, okay. For a second, I thought I was thinking of original Celeste, but maybe.
No, I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure they did do it here as well.
Definitely difficult, but yeah, that was a thing. I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Those were hard. I know that. Definitely not my favorite thing, but cool nonetheless. Really cool to do a whole screen and then see it go up again.
I think I did something with the screen to turn this off, I think. Because this was,
Yeah, if it's strong for a stream,
yeah.
or if it's strong for you, or something like that.
Yeah, someone in chat had asked if I'd be able to adjust it, and I think I did.
I had a lot of fun with this screen, but it was difficult to execute, I remember. Skipping the door, so maybe it's for a strawberry. Or they're just gonna do some crazy door skip. Huge fan of the screens that utilize a lot of spinners where you just loop around in a bunch of different ways. I'm just a big fan of that, being able to see where you were before.
Yeah. Yeah, it was for a strawberry.
I believe we did go for that. Really cool alternate reality looking level with very fun execution.
I think it was a thing
To
where
go
we were
along with it.
already going for the keys because we didn't know if it was 4-1 or not, and once we saw it was 4-1, it's like, well, we're not gonna stop.
Yeah. So major malfunction, fun level. It's an expert level, so it can't go super high. But I'll put it right at the bottom of 8. Maybe at the top of 7. This is a lot more fun than things like Ligament and Subterranean Exploration for me personally. In terms of fun execution, once again, it's up there with Thunder Temple, Switchback Station, things like that, and a bunch of these advanced maps. But it doesn't do anything else with the theming of it, other than these kind of glitchy things, which I think is interesting. So, you know what? I will put it at the bottom of 8.
Yeah, I've got it at the bottom behind Subterranean Exploration. I'm like questioning putting it at the top of 7, but I think it's pretty strong with its gameplay. It was a fun level. If I remember right, the strawberries were fun to go to, which with the expert levels, a lot of them, looking back at them, I'm like, I don't recognize where the strawberries are in most of them, if they had any. Where this one, I could
Actually, I will.
notice
Top
them.
seven, top seven, top seven. It's
Maybe.
great. It's not incredible.
Okay. Yeah, I'm. Mine is still possible to change, but not quite yet. Next, we have nothing because you're going to be leaving.
Yes, I was about to say that. So what do we have left? So we've got these couple left, and then we will probably. I guess we can. I guess we can rate the GMs we've done.
Yeah.
So we'll do that. I have to remember what
I didn't
GMs we've done.
switch the lobby I'm in either, so we've been listening to advanced lobby music this whole time.
Because I actually think there might be a GM that I rank fairly high. Out of the ones we've played, and it's the one you would probably least expect out of me. So we'll see.
Yeah, I'm trying
Yeah,
to think of which ones we've done. Because I have, like, I don't know if I'm, like, pushing away all memories of GM. Yeah, I can't remember what we've played or what we haven't.
either way, we're almost finished, and I believe the plan is that we'll resume this to finish it later tonight.
Yeah,
So
I'll probably. I think what I'll do is take a short break to eat and then maybe switch to Metal Hellsinger and hopefully finish that. Maybe?
okay,
So.
okay, sounds good. I will message you when I'm back.
Okay.
I will not leave the call. I'll just mute Duffin.
Okay, that works.
Yep. So I will see you then.
Have a good one. Alright, I am going to take a short break to hopefully grab food. And then I will be back. Did I change? I'll switch to this scene. Did I? Oh, I don't have any text there for that.